Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Oh, we love a good start to the morning. This was a scene earlier today, the Dayton boat dock on legendary Lake Chickamauga on the Tennessee River. 47 anglers out there today. And Mark Zona, you said it yesterday. You looked at the top 10 and said, this is going to be a battle royal.
Yeah, this
Saturday.
one is going to go into Championship Sunday for sure. And the major story throughout this entire event, dealing with cold fronts all the way from Texas to Tennessee to Augusta. It's pretty much chilly throughout the entire South right now. Adjusting will be the name of the game here on semifinal Saturday.
Yeah, a little taste of winter is part of the playing field, even though we're well into spring. And these guys have had a couple of days to get adjusted, a couple of days to formulate a game plan. The conditions aren't improving today. This may be the toughest day of all.
No doubt about it. We're going to be in post-front conditions, and what's at stake is about $100,000 in Critical Angler of the Year points, and really looking at what we have today. The coldest night of this event got all the way dipped into the mid-30s. But with that being said, just like Santee Cooper Lakes a couple weeks ago here on FS1, this is the land of the giants, and giant stringers have definitely hit the scales this event.
Look how tight that top 10 is right there. Again, we have 47 out there shooting to be in the top 10 at the end of today. Maddie Wong with that catch right there put himself on top. Maddie Wong, after coming from 60th place all the way into the top 10 yesterday with almost 26 pounds.
And with all of these passing fronts, look, it's still the spring. These fish want to get shallow. You're going to see shallow water fish catches. The biggest problem right now on Lake Chickamauga, really two of them. These fish in this body of water are not dumb. They are very, very pressured, very conditioned. The other thing, staying consistent. Going to take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake right here. Little southeastern love here in Tennessee, and you're looking at about 60 miles of playing field here on Lake Chickamauga on our Humminbird Unlock the Lake, and we're going to start from really the south end, the bottom end of Lake Chickamauga as you fly kind of northeast, looking at the Chester Frost area, the Sequoia Nuclear Power Plant. That's been an area of big attention this week as it splits off the Hiawassee River going to the right. About 15 miles of that Hiawassee, and you see our takeoff right there in Dayton, Tennessee, really where the lake divides, where the original Tennessee River meets that Hiawassee. That is the area that we will really concentrate on today. That's your Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Well, let's not get off of Maddie Wong and his incredible start too quickly here.
Oh, go on.
This again from earlier today, really first thing this morning.
Yes! All right, that's one. That's how we start the morning right there, baby. I think I called that. Yeah, I called that. Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna, I would say 3.5. The weather, there's another one. Yes! That's the one that I missed yesterday. Right there. That's what I'm talking about, man. It's like, go through a straight, you never know. You just turn around and catch a 3-pounder. She's bleeding. I'm gonna get her in the live well real quick.
That is a blistering pace. These guys are not catching tons of fish every day.
No, the mornings have been slightly painful, but really looking at that bank, very vertical, deeper water cutting up to shore. And earlier today, Daisuke Aoki in a little hidey hole down the lake from Maddie Wong. This was earlier today with Daisuke Aoki. One thing to really watch this morning with as conditioned as these bass are on Lake Chickamauga, either really, really small finesse baits or really, really big swim baits. That has been the theme of this tournament so far.
15 inches is the length limit. Got to be 15 inches, whether a largemouth or a spotted bass.
Water temp down.
Again, that was earlier with
Maybe
the rookie
today.
in our top 10 from Japan, Daisuke Aoki.
You heard with that cold night, Aoki making the comment, water temp is definitely down. We lost about 3 degrees yesterday, and more than likely as cold as it got last night, probably another 3 to 5 degrees this morning. We were all the way up to 65 degrees when this tournament started on Thursday.
No. maybe 14.
Gaining the top 10 with a great day on day number 2, our reigning world champion, Bassmaster Classic champion Jason Christie of Oklahoma. Also earlier today.
Earlier with Jason Christie having a big day too, as you said, Tommy Sanders. A miserable event on Santee Cooper Lakes, one of the worst of his career a few weeks ago after winning the Bassmaster Classic. Most of Jason Christie's arsenal has been a bladed jig, a spinner bait. And what's really odd about this tournament, this lake gets a lot of pressure. Jason Christie has been around 0 other competitors all week long.
Given his history, anyone should be very scared of him being in the top 10, any of these anglers for sure.
Oh.
He has come from behind absolute wipeouts in his history. Caleb Kufal came very close last time at Santee Cooper Lakes.
Keeper. Dude, first cast? That's bad luck. Doesn't feel very big at all.
We got to get in the boat with Caleb Kufal yesterday. Caught 100 pounds on Santee Cooper Lakes a couple weeks ago. And yesterday morning was very painful for the Wisconsin angler.
Number 2.
Anything he puts in that live well before 9 o'clock, absolutely a bonus. Really taking a bird's eye view right here of all of our anglers. And you can see where that lake divides, where the Tennessee River meets the Hiawassee. Right around that Highway 60 bridge that goes over the lake. That's where majority of the attention has been. A lot of grass in that area. Good look at Jason Christie right there in his backwater area. Bassmaster Live, semifinal Saturday. And a lot of these anglers fishing very, very shallow water. Taking a look at that Humminbird bird's eye view. As this tournament has progressed this time of year, they really keep this lake down due to spring floods, so Chattanooga does not get a lot of water. And the interesting thing throughout this tournament, you'll see guys like Jason Christie, a Drew Benton, a Drew Cook, Rick Clunn. That water in these shallow water pockets, as it has risen the last 2 days, really has put a lot more cover in the water, helping a lot of these shallow water anglers out throughout the event, where a lot of that water was not in this system 5 days ago during practice.
Of course, Jason Christie, let's harken back to the month of March, early March, and a man who has been very much feared throughout the world of professional fishing for many, many years, has never won a Bassmaster Classic, although coming so close so many times. On Lake Hartwell, South Carolina, he got the job done.
Absolutely, a little bit of home cooking right there. A lot of boat dock fishing for Jason Christie in that event. Holding the trophy that eluded him for a long time on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and that was an absolute nail-biter here on FS1. A lot of people did not know Christie had what he had in the live well that he brought to the stage on Championship Sunday. First Bassmaster Classic victory, and very well earned for the Oklahoma angler.
Say backed it up with a less than perfect tournament at the Santee Cooper Lakes, but now he seems to be back in line with what he does.
The dude has a Bassmaster Classic trophy. You could take one event off, and he said it was the most embarrassing tournament of his career following that Classic victory. Somebody with 4 Bassmaster Classic victories to his name. A record right there, 4 Bassmaster Classic titles. 75-year-old Rick Clunn in our top 10.
Put a giant in the boat yesterday. earlier today. Let's get with the legend, Rick Clunn, live right now.
And gang, here's really the only problem where Rick Clunn is fishing. It has received a lot of pressure.
Sir. There's one. I don't know if he's a keeper. He ain't gonna keep. I don't know, he's long.
One, but you know, it hasn't been fast in here, so you know, I don't feel like I'm, you know, you always have to try to make a schedule. Well, I want one by, you know, certain time, then I want 3 by a certain time, and you know, I want 3 before noon. This time of year, you always used to say that anything before noon was a bonus. So, and then, of course, normally this time of year, best bites from 12 on, especially if the sun comes out. But, you know, yesterday, I mean, it was very slow. I caught 2 in the first couple hours. One of them was about a 6. But then I really didn't catch much after that. I think I caught one about 11. I thought my third one. And I caught my 4th one about 12, and then I caught that big one at 2:30, and that's only 5 keepers I caught. So they're in here. There's been a lot of fish taken out of here, and it's not a big area. But I still think more are moving in, so just got to be. It's the one time that I know I've got to be patient, and that's what I've learned about catching big fish. In my younger days, I'm not very patient. I'll go through an area, if I don't get a bite, I'm moving on. And most all of my 30-pound strings, the net string yesterday, came from being patient and staying with where you knew they were until that little window opens up for them to bite. Hopefully that's what's going to happen today.
Mm-hmm. For anyone new to bass fishing, this guy is both the Babe Ruth and the Stan Musial of this sport. There's no doubt about that. You mentioned 4 classic wins. The first one coming just a couple of lakes down here at Lake Guntersville.
And you know what's amazing is to have him in a top 10, right? Look, it's Masters weekend in Augusta. To put that in perspective, if you really watch that golf tournament right now, it is a bunch of 20 to 30-year-olds, which is exactly what this is here on Lake Chickamauga. Yeah. It's like having a Tom Watson or a Jack Nicklaus hanging in the top 10, fighting through it. And every time, it's funny, every time Rick Clunn is in the top 10, we're the ones that get excited. All of us, everybody that's at the weigh-in, that's at the event and the venue, Rick Clunn still getting it done, 75 years old and in our top 10 here at Lake Chickamauga. And man, after what he put on the scales yesterday, the way this weather is setting up, this one right in Rick Clunn's wheelhouse.
One of 2 recent wins in his 70s for Rick Clunn down at the St. Johns River. Just an incredible, incredible talent that shows no signs of stopping. But Maddie Wong, the rookie with his roots in both California and Hawaii, on top of our leaderboard right now. Daisuke Aoki started 1 ounce behind Matt Robertson. He's hanging in there as well. Caleb Kufall, Jacobson of Canada. Big top 10, big day ahead.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome back to our live coverage, Bassmaster Elite Series from Lake Chickamauga. We're getting deeper into the season here, almost to the midway point. This 22 Bassmaster Elite Series. Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. And of course, as always, we are watching the all-important points race. It determines so many things about an angler's success during the season. John Cox of Florida came in with the lead, had a struggle on day number 1, fell out of it momentarily, righted the ship, got himself into 20th place, and now he has regained that lead again ahead of Drew Cook, who won our last stop at the Santee Cooper.
And if you really dissect that Angler of the Year list right there, predominantly every tournament we have had so far, for the most part, have been shallow water tournaments. Look for that to kind of transition as we get a little bit later into May and June. A lot of deeper water tournaments on the forecast here for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Here's a look at the 10 anglers whom we will be with all day long. We always do our top 10. Semi-final Saturday for sure. We do have 47 anglers out there, and how tight that top 10 is also gives you an indication of how easy it is to move up into that top 10. Brock Mosley, though, a great tournament so far.
Exactly. Everything he's caught has pretty much been 3 feet of water and less. Brock Mosley with a lot of history, just a couple lakes down on Pickwick. A lot of history there for Brock Mosley. Very solid tournament here so far.
There's one. Good one, too. Good fish, big fish. Stay hooked up, baby. Yes! That's a start. I seen that fish move. Hey, if y'all will pull down right there, it gets real shallow. That's a good start. I seen that fish move out there. Well, there's a stump somewhere out here. But if you'll pull down, I'm fixing to turn around because it gets too shallow.
We thought this was going to be the slowest morning, not the case so far.
Fastest morning, actually,
Exactly.
but that's just a minor detail.
That's got me shaking a little bit. 3 1/4.
3
We
1/4.
ain't gonna put a cold tag on there.
Mark Zona, Brock
There's
Mosley
one. 4 more.
actually has a lot of experience here as well. He fished in our
Yes.
2014 Bass Fest
Go on.
event here
Sure he
because
did.
he was one of the top opens anglers. Ended up winning the Nickajack last chance
What'd
event
we
to get
say?
back here at a top 35 against elite pros before he was an elite.
Hey, Dalton.
We
Got
got
something
going.
to show you.
Welcome to the gun show.
Uh-oh. Hold on here. Wait on.
Oh, no.
Wore it every day in practice, hadn't washed it all week, wore it every day in the tournament. Starting to smell a little bit, but that's all right.
I got to get me one of those.
Feeling it.
And filthy as all get out, too.
Yes, no doubt about it.
Grimier the better.
1 and 2 fast starts this morning. Jason Christie, the world champion, and Maddie Wong, the rookie.
Gosh. Doing something totally different. Look at that watercolor. Look at the
Key little zones.
grade of the bank.
And so my 1-2 punch that I got going on today, and what I'm gonna stick with all day, because you gotta dance with the lady who brought you, you know, and that's that glide bait and the mag draft. And when I get these longer run points where a 45-degree angle or whatnot, I'm basically just fishing this thing like a spinner bait, just slow roll. And I'm throwing it out, letting it sink just for a little bit. You want to get it down to a little bit of depth. I give it like a little pop, and then just steady. Whoa. Got smoked right there. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just as I was talking about it, but I mean that's the bait right there. And a key little adjustment that I do is I add a Gamakatsu hook to that. The stock hooks that it comes with are pretty good, but what I like to do is by adding kind of this EWG style hook, it really helps it come through wood a lot better, because with a round bend, it's just more open and wants to grab things. And with the EWG, it pulls it in a little bit. And so you can actually fish it through a little bit heavier stuff without getting hung up, even if it's a bottom hook bait like how the mag draft is set up. Oh man, this thing swims like a dream. You know, you just get some baits that just like, that do it. Oh man, this bait does it. And I think that this is super key, that you just keep moving and keep grooving, man. Different angles, and try to just, you can go for really long spouts at times sometimes with these kind of baits. And I think for anyone out there who's interested in diving into this world of swim baiting, you got to dedicate time to it. And there's going to be a lot of times, and a lot more than not, where you don't catch anything. And what I tell people is, when you want to learn how to throw a swim bait, whether it's a glide or a soft body bait, just bring 2 rods with you, and that's it. Don't put a drop shot rod in your boat. Don't put whatever your confidence bait is. Like, I mean, definitely do it while you're fun fishing, but that's the only way you're going to learn, is just throw it. And see how this little rock outcropping comes out? This is just another prime little ambush spot. And bass are like cats. You got to play with them a little bit, and they want to pounce on things. And if they're hiding in a spot behind a big rock or in a hole, and they set up on a nice little wind-blown point like this, they can just shoot right out and just boom, attack to the unsuspecting prey. And that's what you're trying to do, and you're just trying to imagine it. What's going on? And you know, half the times you get these little feelings like, ooh, like this looks good. And as I was talking this morning, it was like, rolled up on that one bluff, and I was like, I think this looks good. This looks right, and I think that was the cast. That's how I like to fish, man. I think, yeah, live scope and 360. These are incredible tools that we have now. But it's also sad when I see kids that think that that's the only way that they can catch fish. And you can't forget that you got to be able to fish your instincts first.
Hey, day 1 leader Carl Jacobson missed 7-pounder. He caught one today, jumping up from 16th to 4th place.
Good stuff right there. Really, really good information right there from Maddie Wong.
There's this like hunter aspect about fishing that connects you with nature, and it makes it so raw for me and so enjoyable. And when you're staring down at a screen, you're not there, you know? You're not there. It takes you somewhere else. And I love being able to fish with my head up. But just trying to fish slowly through this flat stuff. See, there's little stumps in the water. It's just like key spawning habitat. I lost a good fish around the corner here the other day.
Tommy Z,
Keep getting bumped.
the mag draft, 6-inch,
Yes.
soft swim bait.
We've seen a lot of that.
Underbelly, treble hook. Used to be considered one of the bigger swim baits, and it will be dwarfed by the swim baits we see today and the rest of this week in this tournament.
We have seen a lot of that Mega Bass swim bait throughout the years, and one thing about it, and Maddie Wong nailed it, it is a high risk, high reward, and boy, it has dug him out of a big hole after day 1 of this tournament.
I'll say Maddie Wong had a splashy start to his elite season debut with 21st place down in Florida, and he's gunning for something much, much bigger, much, much higher today. We will be right back.
Whoa!
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Tonight, the NASCAR Cup Series is on FS1. Catch the best drivers in the world as they battle under the lights at the Paperclip in Martinsville. Catch all the action tonight at 7 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
He has exactly what it takes to take the lead. Matt Robertson is perpetually on him, and he is your day 2 leader here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga.
It's been kind of a rough year, and I kind of come into this and said, to heck with it, I'm going to do what I want. Yeah, not getting many bites, but whenever I do get bit, they're pretty good ones. I went out there and banged on them, and we're banging on them here, so hopefully we can bang on them again tomorrow.
Oh my God, yes! Get you some, baby.
Oh, yeah, that is somebody we want to get in the boat with today.
Sure, a larger-than-life personality.
Absolutely. That is a what you see is what you get. If he's thinking it, he is saying it.
Yep.
Little Maddie Robertson right there. Big tournament so far. This one's setting up right in his wheelhouse. Very similar fishing to the way he's grown up on Kentucky and Barkley Lakes. Matt Robertson live.
We stopped on a few other spots we've been catching some, and stopped on a point where I caught a couple big ones this week, and yeah, my gut was telling me to get down here in the grass, so I kind of fought it for about 30 minutes, but got down here, caught a couple short ones and a catfish, but at least there's signs of life, so we're gonna grind our way in this grass for a little bit. And it's cold.
Matt Robertson starting the day a 1-ounce lead over Daisuke Aoki. Our day 1 leader was Carl Jacobson, who had a tremendous day 1, obviously, doing something not too different from what we saw Maddie Wong doing right there, but he had a tough time of it yesterday. And now we see Carl Jacobson having climbed back up into the top 10. He started the day just outside. So Carl seems to have righted the ship, at least for now.
Absolutely, Carl making a big comeback, and he had a lot of opportunities yesterday. The one thing about throwing these big, oversized swim baits, it is a high risk, high reward. Yesterday, a lot of those fish showing themselves, not committing to the bait. And the rough thing yesterday is when they did commit to the bait, finally, execution was a big problem for Carl Jacobson. Originally from Australia, living right around the corner here on Lake Chickamauga. And yesterday actually just got hard to watch. So many missed opportunities for giants.
Oh no!
That fish right there breaking his swivel.
Giant! Stay on, baby! Stay on!
And what we got to see with Carl yesterday, we talked about it, with what he had hooked, he would be leading this tournament probably by 5 to 10 pounds. But again, throwing those big swim baits, a lot of leverage. There's a lot of weight with those baits. Hard to get that to go for 4 days in a row.
You look at our TH Marine Weather Watch and you look at the land there, and it's the height of spring in the air. It is not so much in the low 50s right now. The wind expected to kick up a little bit. Had a ton of wind yesterday. I don't know if we'll get that much today. Tomorrow, it will start cold again, but it'll rise all the way up to 72 degrees. Probably too late to make any big-time water temperature.
And a lot of our hardcore viewers that do a lot of swim baiting, especially on the Tennessee River, wind. There will be wind today. It helps break the surface up where they'll commit to those swim baits. So look for today. They need to get some work done because tomorrow it will look like this throughout this system. It will be dead flat calm on Championship Sunday.
Daisuke Aoki, also with a tremendous day number 1 and a very small sort of out of the way corner of Lake Chickamauga here.
Just talk about Carl Jacobson. He just landed a 6-pounder to go with his 7-pounder.
Oh my goodness.
He will be regaining the lead. He's a day 1 leader.
That's awesome. That is absolutely
something.
awesome.
This tournament's been very interesting, Tommy. We've seen a couple guys be very successful, like Drew Cook, like Daisuke Aoki, not covering a lot of water. Like you said, this small backwater, but maximizing, you know, stretches that would take you an hour to fish normally in a fast-paced tournament, but they're spending 8 hours in that section of water to be in the top 10.
Take a look at Daisuke Aoki. Yesterday we talked about his very fruitful day 1, and many wondered, all of us, whether this place would hold up for another day.
Yes, this exact area that you see him in this morning, same area as you're looking at right there, and that area on day number 1 got throttled by about a half dozen anglers, and he was able to get some work done in there yesterday, and he was kind of left alone till about 10 o'clock, catching a lot of no giants yesterday morning. So when he made this little transition down the lake towards the dam here on Lake Chickamauga with a little kind of finessey swim bait type style, fluke style jig head minnow. As that wind picked up, the interesting thing with Aoki yesterday was that backup area is really what saved him.
Back live with Daisuke Aoki.
A lot of soft plastic stick worms in here. Got to see him. A little bit of drop shot fishing. And here's the other thing about this backwater. We saw a lot of other anglers that are not fishing today in here on day 1. He basically just outfished everybody the first 2 days of this tournament in that backwater.
Definitely this place gets a lot of pressure, so don't let how these guys are catching them this week fool you, man. We've been grinding for them. It has not been easy at all. And in practice, it was actually this stretch. When we had a cold front push in, and I picked up the glide bait, and I had 4 bites in a half an hour, and that was cool. And I was like, oh, sweet, they eat the big bait. You know, I was just having fun in practice, just trying to like locate some fish, and I had 4 decent ones come out and eat it, or bump it at least, and that's what kind of keyed me in on this whole deal. And I was fishing an open on Cherokee, and as I was leaving to head to Carl's house, I was pulling out of my buddy's place in Dandridge, and I blew both of my tires. Just pah, pah. So I was dead in the water. I didn't get to launch first thing on when everyone else got in the water, and only got a half day. And put in and got to fish, and it was just crazy because there's a lot of stuff here that's different that I'm not used to, or I'm still trying to get used to, is like fishing shell bars. It's something that we really don't do out west too often, unless you're fishing like Havasu or something like that. But you got these beautiful freshwater springs, you got laydowns, you got docks, you got all the things that, you know, we love to do as fishermen, as bass fishermen. And it's like however you want to fish it, you can do it. I think that's something so special about a fishery, when it offers different styles or different setups, you know, that you can just do what you want to do and catch them the way you want to do. Like, I was in the back of a cut the other day with Drew Cook, and he was catching them on beds, and there was horrible visibility back there.
Hummingbird bird's eye view right there. Maddie Wong doing some talk. Not quite the case after the weigh-in yesterday. But getting it done today.
The weigh-in yesterday, he kind of did the talking on the stand. He got the biggest bag of the tournament.
Absolutely. If you looked at that bird's eye view, just those single laydowns, just something for those big ones to get on. Very key this tournament.
Let's take a look at our Falcon Rods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. Such a talented crop of rookies each and every year. And Jacques, who came here with the lead in this points race, lost it and regained it at the end of yesterday, with goes Webster right behind, Masayuki Matsushita, Jonathan Kelly, and there in 5th place is Maddie Wong, doing himself a lot of good points-wise with a great performance on day number 2 and a blazing start today.
Good action, man. I mean, it is. Listen, a lot of people thought today, we opened the show up that this would be exponentially the toughest morning of fishing. Not the case. Good ones being caught. Quality is there.
Absolutely. Some good stuff to start your day on.
We get lost,
great expectations any way you look at it. Chickamauga is a legendary destination. It is not easy. We're seeing the best in the business getting it done out there today. We'll be right back.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Live from legendary Lake Chickamauga, this is a semifinal Saturday of the 4th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. There's your leaderboard as it stands right now.
Wow.
The reigning world champion playing up to form right now on top of that leaderboard. Carl Jacobson, our leader from day number 1. Standing in 2nd place after a rough day number 2, and Maddie Wong, the rookie. Really diverse top 10 here. And of course, we have 47 anglers out here from our original 94 gunning for those top 10 spots. That's what today is all about. And man, oh man, Mark Zone, as we look at Chickamauga Lake, we were a little worried. It was so tough to start. We were worried this might be a one-note tournament, everybody grinding, doing the same thing. To our delight, it has not turned out this way. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders, Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon joins in with us, and yeah, we're happy about the way it turned out.
Absolutely, and if you really look at what's transpired in this tournament so far, obviously a lot of guys throwing those giant oversized swim baits. That is not a numbers deal. That is a quality over quantity right now, and that tomorrow, with the lack of wind, there's a pretty good shot that may go away. And seeing your unofficial leader right now, Jason Christie, spinner baiting, flipping up shallow in dirtier water in an area where he has absolutely no company, that's a handful.
Oh,
that is going to be a handful in this tournament.
You're talking about it, Z, the volatility of Chickamauga this week. Guys who have caught the biggest bass of the event have failed to get a limit. And then the guys who have caught the biggest limit of the tournament have failed to catch 3 or 4 fish on other days. And so I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios and the Screen of Knowledge for a Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing Update. And we've talked about it every single day of this event. Our fantasy teams who we've picked, and now that we've made a cut, 47 anglers fishing today. We cut about 50 of them yesterday. I've got 4 fishing today, Tommy, so I'm feeling pretty good about it. 4 fishing. I picked the wrong Frazier. No offense to Micah. I picked Micah. I didn't pick his brother Mark. Mark is fishing today. Micah, my only angler who did not make the cut. Do have Matt Robertson, who was our day 2 leader. Brandon Lester from Tennessee. Ed Lochran just outside the top 10. And Bill Lowen just sneaking into that cut. So feeling good about our team this week, but I wanted to explain a little bit about that volatility and some of the guys at the top of the leaderboard that will get you bonus points for fantasy fishing, and that goes for the guys who have the biggest bag of the event and the biggest bass of the event. We saw 7 20-pound bags on day 1, only 6 yesterday, but some of those guys who had a 20-pound bag, came from out of nowhere in the 60s, in the 70s of this event, and are now in contention. Biggest bag of the event yesterday, Maddie Wong, 25 pounds, 13 ounces. That'll get you 40 bonus points for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Only 1% of the fans chose him on his team. Obviously a tough start to his season a little bit, but they're definitely getting rewarded this week. And then also for the big bass of the event, you get 40 bonus points as well. Pat Schlapper, a 10-pound, 5-ouncer, the second double-digit bass of the year. He did that on day one. It helped him keep him in the game. That'll get you bonus points as well. 0.7% selected him as well. So, hey, underdog, low percentage picks this week paying off, especially with some of our favorites like Buddy Gross, the local guy, not making the cut today.
Sick screen of knowledge right there. Ronnie, something you forgot to mention, everybody here on FS1, you have told them, you have preached all year long, you are the king of fantasy here at the Bassmaster studio, yet Tommy Sanders was #1 in the world.
Last week, when I wasn't here, though, I wasn't here. My present, I did not. I was not in the right mindset.
In the world.
Not in the right mindset for the tournament. I just had a child. I wasn't not thinking about fantasy fishing.
It seems like excuses,
But
bro.
we have reclaimed the crown this week. We are back on top, moving way up the leaderboard this week, and obviously you guys care so much about fantasy
For such
teams,
a
sure.
young person, you seem unreasonably bitter at having been humiliated. Just for 1 week.
This
Just
is
for
my
1
little area, my real estate.
Hey, listen, not only did he beat you, he beat the planet, Ronnie.
He did. Every single person. Congrats, Tommy.
Oh,
very happy for you, bro. Very happy for you.
Maybe we get back out onto Lake Chickamauga. Davey Height, what do you make of this really kind of blazing start here on day number 3? Kind of outstrips our expectations a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does, Tommy. And Carl Jacobson, if you were watching yesterday, it was really hard to watch. Carl Jacobson, the day one leader, had the opportunities to extend that lead even more and had several losses. And we talked about it when that was happening. He was not going to lay that bait down because it's high risk, high reward kind of situation, fishing that big Arashi glide bait. But today he's put those 2 big fish in the boat this morning. So, if he can build a lead, maintain that lead and maybe build a little bit, he'll certainly have a chance to win. But I'm really curious about tomorrow's weather. The weather and the water level has been the 2 big stories here this week. The lower water levels has made the conditions a little tougher, but this weather has made it tough for a lot of our fishermen, especially the ones that wanted to sight fish coming into this event. But those big gizzard shad spawn this time of the year, and those bigger baits are effective if you get a lot of wind, and we've had that so far. It's supposed to blow again today, 25 miles an hour, but tomorrow, a totally different forecast.
Davey, right now, looking at your unofficial leader, Jason Christie, and for folks just watching here on FS1 that don't follow the Elite Series, there are 60 miles of playing field here on Lake Chickamauga, but not only with our competitors, this is one of the most heavily fished bodies of water, not throughout the Southeast, but throughout the country this time of year. How rare is it for an Elite Series competitor to be in a creek all alone on day 3 of a Bassmaster Elite Series?
Yeah, very rare, Z. This is a big lake. I mean, Lake Chickamauga is, like you said, 60 miles of fishable water, but it always, to me, in the Elite Series tournaments here in the past that I've fished, it seemed to fish small. And I know you filmed here and caught a lot of fish here, Z. It seems to fish small for whatever reason, but for Jason Christie to have an area to himself is almost unheard of. But here's another thing. Carl Jacobson right now, our unofficial leader, but he's been just getting those few bites with that bigger bait. Jason Christie has been catching a lot of fish. I talked to him yesterday afternoon, and he said, I've caught a lot of fish every day since I've been here, and I'm by myself, throwing a spinnerbait, a jig in his hand a lot also. And he's somebody you're certainly going to have to keep your eye on throughout this whole tournament. When you hear the numbers of fish that he's been able to catch, keeper fish, and then being all by himself, the weather change tomorrow probably not going to affect him quite as much as some of these anglers. It's going to be very interesting. But, you can't take your eye off Carl Jacobson catching 6 and 7 pounders if he can build a lead today.
Davey, we looked at how tight that top 10 was this morning. Everyone within basically 5 pounds, and it's still tight when you get down into the top 25. Given the expectations for tomorrow, right now, how wide open is this thing?
Oh, it's certainly wide open. This is one of those lakes where double-digit fish are not unheard of. We had a 10-pounder the first day, almost, a 9, almost a 10 for Scott Martin yesterday. This is a place that, when you're down to only 10 anglers, is totally wide open, because you may only get 6 or 7 bites like Carl Jacobson and some of these other anglers, Maddie Wong yesterday, but you could catch a 30-pound stringer here. There is no doubt about it. It could happen. So today's going to be interesting. Tomorrow, even more so.
Hey, Davey, we like holding you to a decision, and we're going to do it right now. It's very early still. Give us a winner. One name, not 2 or 3. One. Go on, man. Go, boy.
I hate when you do this to me.
I know.
After talking to all the anglers, man, Jason Christie's, it's going to be tough, and he's mad at him. He won the Bassmaster Classic. It's only been about a month ago, but he had one of his worst tournaments ever at Santee Cooper Lakes, so he's got some redemption coming, that's for sure.
Davey gets mad at me when I do that.
Rightfully so. Davey, great stuff as always. Davey giving us a look into how this thing may play out. Well, let's look back right now again at this extremely tough day for our day 1 leader, Carl Jacobson.
Yeah, when you lock that giant bait right there, that glide bait in your hand, you're not going to get many shots on goal. You're not going to get a lot of bites. You're going to get a lot of follows, a lot of swats at that bait. And when you do get one to commit to it, it needs to go in the boat. And Carl Jacobson made the comment yesterday, absolutely, positively, everything went right on day number 1. Yesterday, everything went wrong for Carl.
It was a perfect storm of what could go wrong. And of course, you pull for Carl because he's the president of the Optimist Club. He is unfailingly optimistic no matter what happens.
If you really follow Carl's career, coming from Australia, living right down the road here from Chickamauga, here's the best way to put it, Tommy. We have covered Carl on the water. When things go right, they go so right. But when they go wrong, it is taking it into the ditch. Wrong. Badness.
Caleb Kufal, one of the guys with momentum coming in here, just barely missed his second Elite Series win. Last time out at the Santee Cooper Lakes. Yesterday, he's a quiet operator. He's all business. He keeps that bait in the strike zone as much as anybody you ever saw, and it pays dividends.
Yeah, and really watching Caleb Kufal catching 103 pounds a couple weeks ago here on FS1. That's a lot of big bass, gang. And every time these fish are shallow, Caleb Kufal seems to be in our top 10 or 20. And the one thing we've learned about him, number 1, you are not going to see his boat out in 10 or 20 feet of water. Fishing all of these boat docks, one of the big keys, Main Lake or close to the Main Lake boat docks. Caleb Kufal with a big day 2, very, very consistent and surprising. Like Jason Christie, not seeing many competitors, Caleb Kufal.
Oh, that could be key at the end of it all, but we're far from the end of it all right now. Still plenty of fishing coming up today as we take a look at our Bass Track leaderboard. These are unofficial weights, and Jason Christie, the world champ, still on top by about a pound and 3/4 or so, ahead of Carl Jacobson. Big comeback for him today. Maddie Wong, a fast start for the rookie today, and Daisuke Aoki, a great tournament. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Oh man, Lake Chickamauga. What expectations, of course. The beasts have showed up here.
Let me
at
see
Lake
it.
Chickamauga. We're going to show you. Oh, we were trying to hide it. The Jack Links hooked the beast. No, we can't hide that. But for a matter of fact, though, let's go. Let's clean up some unfinished business. Hooking the beast in our last event, the Santee Cooper Lakes, wire to wire. This man here, Drew Cook.
Drew Cook getting his first victory. Big event. And his cameraman, Jake Latonders. They were a team all week long. That bass right there in the last couple of hours, sealing the deal. To Jack Links hook the beast.
7, 12.
The beast have shown up here at Chickamauga.
Yes,
despite a blast of wintry weather.
What?
You know, we knew it was going to be tough. But still, we got at or above double-digit fish almost every day. So
Yeah.
it's been fantastic.
Even a grimy grouch. Whoa, sleeting out there. Your TH Marine Weather Watch, currently 41 degrees. That weather is such a joke.
They experienced all the wind that we got, obviously, in Little Rock, a little west of Chickamauga, where they are. It hits us before it hits there. We had a bunch of wind this morning. It was 32 degrees when I woke up. Frost
And
on the
look, man, it's been from
Oklahoma,
the west side of Texas all the way to the East Coast. Painful. Such a joke.
Yes,
It is.
it's no joke.
What is this, April?
It's supposed to be 80 degrees during the day this
No.
time of year at these
It's
latitudes
supposed to be
right here.
80 tomorrow. That's
Yeah,
what's
it will
what in
be.
the world.
Caleb Kufal, half-ounce homemade jig. All of these boat docks, and he went on about a 2-hour flurry yesterday. Got on one dock where he caught 5 really good keepers.
I will say, Tommy, it kind of, the weather going back and forth like it has this spring makes sense with the way we're seeing Chickamauga. It's like the red light, green light game. It's like, oh, it's warm, time to spawn. No, it's not. Oh, it's going to rain a bunch. The water's coming up. No, it's not. We're dropping it back down. These fish are in flux, and that's why we see guys catch 25 pounds and then catch 3 bass the next day. Somebody catches a 10-pounder, and they only have 16 pounds for the whole entire day.
Oh, that weather. We should do a Mercury Dare to compare about that.
Yeah, we don't dare. A little bit more wind starting to kick up out where Daisuke Aoki is.
And really some anglers to kind of watch today. Drew Cook, Drew Benton, Rick Clunn, little bit of Brock Mosley. They were in an area where they absolutely throttled them yesterday. A little bit the first day, but yesterday all big stringers coming out of a little backwater off of the main river, just around a takeoff area of Dayton. And boy, that area has gotten hit hard, and looking like, at least this morning, some of that pressure might have caught up with that.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. Daisuke Aoki going to his backup deal down lake right here. Already this morning.
Number 2.
Said he wouldn't stay long, told us yesterday, would not stay long. It did not work out there at the little backwater.
Something a little bit surprising so far in this tournament. Coming into semifinal Saturday, your day 3 leader, little Maddie Robertson, from just up the road in Kentucky, it's not like he's catching numbers in this tournament. A lot of his fish yesterday said that wind was going to help him out in a big way, fishing about 2 to 6 feet of water right where the Hiawassee meets the Tennessee River, just above the 60 bridge. Has about a 3/4 mile stretch of grass that he starts on, and every day of this tournament he has been using a 3/4 ounce lipless crankbait.
Kind of hooked weird.
Little small irregularities. Never caught a big one out here yesterday. A lot of his damage with his bigger bass is when he went up into a creek throwing a big swim bait. Didn't get a lot of bites, but they were the right ones yesterday for Matt Robertson. Off to a painfully slow start today.
Leader by an ounce to start the day ahead of Daisuke Aoki. Now he's almost 10 pounds back. But it changes quickly once he gets into him.
Taking a look at our Humminbird bird's eye view of that main river strip. And that is near a very, very famous community hole.
Prominent.
Just south of the Sequoia nuclear power plant. Matt Robertson said he is absolutely committed to this. Fishing similar stuff to he's grown up fishing on Kentucky Lake. Matt Robertson live.
Caught a few short ones. Lost one. I don't know if it would have kept or not, but yeah, it's slow. I knew it was going to be slow. But I think there's enough fish swimming around out here on these things that I think we'll end up catching something. Yeah, it's just, you know, pretty solid cold front. Can't feel my toes or my hands or whatever, but yeah, just chucking this trap out here on the grass edges. And I mean, we ain't got no keepers yet, but that's about par for this week right now.
A little bit slow for Matt Robertson today.
But yesterday,
Yeah.
Z, it seems like
Go
he
ahead.
did something that was just textbook. A lot of guys, or for strategy-wise, when it comes to the Bassmaster Elite Series, you go find a pattern that you can catch 5 fish on, and then you go make a decision and adjust to go catch a big one. We've seen a lot of anglers specifically just target big ones this week because they haven't developed a pattern because it's been so tough. He luckily has a little bit of both worlds going, where he can go get a big one, but he does have a place where maybe he can catch some quantity to get a safe limit.
But that deal that he's on right there, we never got to see Matt Robertson catch one yesterday off of that little grass. Not little, it's a 3/4 mile long grass strip, but day number one, he did damage. He caught 2 over 6 on that. We have not seen one remotely near that size on that spot the last 36 hours.
Slow start for our leader to start the day. Robertson looking to make something happen in a quick way and then maybe move on to that stop number 2 that Ronnie just referred to there. Brock Mosley, solid today. He's been super consistent, 19 pounds every day so far. Can he do it again today? We probably serve him well. And Maddie Wong, we saw him start our show today. It's a good, solid catch very, very early. Jason Christie, our world champion, on top for now. You can bet we're going to spend some more time with him when we return.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
We welcome you to come along with us live this Saturday morning from one of the real, true bucket list destinations in all of bass fishing, Lake Chickamauga.
Oh, yeah.
Here on the Tennessee River. They've got 47 anglers out there laboring to be in the top 10. They'll fish for the championship tomorrow, right here. Let's take it out to him. The man has probably been the most consistent throughout the course of this tournament. Started the day in 3rd place with about 19 pounds a day. Brock Mosley.
Brock Mosley with a 1/2 ounce white bladed jig. You can see that a lot with Brock Mosley. Said the biggest key is those hard clay banks. Little bit of pea gravel, small gravel where these fish are coming up to spawn in their reproductive cycle. And an interesting thing with Brock Mosley is they have reloaded every day for him. Ooh, big miss right there on a spinnerbait.
He has not hooked one of the big ones yet. He's been really consistent with the 3 to 4 pounders, though.
One more look at this, well, halfway to the boat, and then
It's a solid one, just like Such said. Solid 3 to 4 pounder. And this time of year, when those fish get up there and start thinking about spawning, we've seen a lot of missed fish in this tournament so far, more than any throughout the season.
Brock Mosley, a guy with 4 runner-up finishes in the Bassmaster Elite Series. He gets close again like he is now. He's got him. You know he's thinking, is this my time, maybe, this time?
Hawaii and California watching.
Boy, you could see the difference in the watercolor. Brock Mosley up Lake Chickamauga from our takeoff in Dayton, Tennessee. Maddie Wong down the lake, a lot more main lake oriented, steeper banks, deeper water right off the shore with Maddie Wong. Not the case with Brock Mosley, Rick Lunn, Drew Benton, Drew Cook, Pat Schlopper.
Rick Klein, let's get back with the legend right now.
Like I said, that backwater area has, it has been throttled upon Little isolated, and as Drew Cook and Drew Benton said, sticks, twigs, any hard cover. These shallow flats and pockets has been key the entire event.
Damn it. I had a fish on before that. He bumped his spinnerbait. And he grabbed this, but must have just slapped at it.
This for Rick Lund, but you got to see a lot of these shallow flats in that area of the lake. It's one of the areas there's just a lot of resident fish that live. A lot of fish come into these pockets just up from Dayton this time of year. But grass is big factor in those pockets up from Dayton. Probably more grass in those pockets than anywhere else on this body of water.
Lund, the native Texan, now making his home in Missouri. Daisuke Aoki. Got to be 15 inches, these largemouth and spotted bass, in order to be legal to put in a live well.
More size. Today's a small size.
That one's going to make the cut. Fish number 2 for Aoki. It would be an overgeneralization to say that all of our Japanese anglers are strictly finesse fishing guys. That is not true. We got all kinds of, of winders and power fishermen, but this guy, Aoki, they say he's the true finesse guy.
Not Taku Ito.
Well, okay. You say.
No, I did not say.
Ronnie said.
That was questioning.
Okay, all right.
Back out to Matt Robertson live. Just up, Daisuke Aoki.
Maybe it was right. God, that's a good one. That is a good one. Come here, baby. Come here. Okay. No, stop that. That was about the worst boat flip I ever saw. Maybe I just need to throw it out there in the middle of nowhere and crank the crap out of it. That was a good mess up.
Stone Cold Country, Matt Robertson, keeper number 1.
That's right.
3/4 ounce lipless crankbait. Getting the ball rolling for Maddie Robertson. Slow morning so far.
Maybe that'll get something started for our leader to start the day, our leader by an ounce. We started our day with this guy right here, the rookie, Maddie Wong. Great start to his Elite Series career earlier this year. And
I was cranking the absolute.
Pick out your 25-pound shooter and just go to work, man.
Get a good look at those laydowns
heavy
right
cover.
there. And with the lower water, you can see that water line at the top of your screen at home right here. That is where the water will be in about a month from now. There's just not a lot of cover in the water, and what's in the water has been rotated and rotated by the competitors and locals all week.
Uh-oh. She needed a trim. Now I gotta remember to take that stick out of my prop. I don't know if I'm feeling this. It's a beautiful laydown right here. Hot, hot, hot.
Well, that's the thing we talked about. A lot of these guys in the top 10 that are swim baiting, not going to get a lot of bites, and it just seems like every tournament we have covered with guys that are excelling at swim baiting, there are very, very small windows where they'll commit, actually bite these things.
Another beautiful laydown.
And I see a lot of that here today on Bassmaster Live.
Maddie getting a little mentoring from Carl Jacobson during the special week, known for his optimism, for his positive attitude. I think a lot of it has rubbed off on Maddie Wong.
Looking for 27 pounds, 9 ounces to take the lead. He's got 5, 25 pounds, 13 ounces with 36 pounds, 6 ounces.
I fish the way that I like to fish, and I turned my graph off and I did my thing, and everything just started to click. I had to kind of hush the inner demons in me when I didn't have a fish, earlier on, and to kind of kill any type of negativity, because, that kind of stuff will poison you. And I just kept saying positive things, and everything turned around. So I'm so stoked.
Congratulations, truly inspirational.
Yes,
we look forward to seeing how it works out for you.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
The USFL is starting next Saturday, and kicks off with an historic inaugural game as the New Jersey Generals take on the Birmingham Stallions at 7:30 Eastern on Fox and NBC.
Who you got in that game?
I don't know. I'm thinking Birmingham.
So am I. Absolutely.
We'll have some coworkers in the crowd there.
Yeah, you got to go
to Birmingham office for sure.
Right, next Saturday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
I just want everybody to get a little hungry for
That's
some
right.
football.
Football in the spring, baby.
Get back out on the water.
I wanted to clarify, if you're looking at our live leaderboard, we're going out to Jason Christie right now. It had a 7 and a 6. We had a duplication of fish. His marshal from his big day yesterday.
Oh, no.
Had him plugged in for him, but we have corrected that. He is not in our unofficial lead, but still, we'll be watching him on coverage today. It says currently 13th
So Carl
place.
Jacobson in the lead.
He is in the lead,
Okay.
yes.
Well, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I think that one will go to the, that'll help him out.
Not a 6 or a 7, but that's a pretty good one.
Jason Christie said, glitch, huh? Well, let me just make it right here by catching a giant right there. Said, man, Chickamauga showing out on this day. Good stuff.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And really, it has been by far the best fish catching of the event so far. And one of the things that we've got to see so far on Chickamauga is there's been late day explosions every single day of this tournament. Look for that absolutely with slightly warming temperatures to happen again.
All right, the weather. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, normally we see a downtick on the weekends on the TVA. Today and this week, it looks like we're looking at an uptick, especially with bad weather. A lot of people are going to stay away this weekend.
Well, from here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, we're going to take you on site to the Dayton Boat Dock. That is the base of operations for this entire tournament right here, and so much of the important work of our entire tournament is being done by our colleagues right here, Dave Mercer and Davey Hyde. Guys, we throw it to you.
These two.
Well, thank you very much. It looks very toasty warm back in the studio. The exact opposite happening here, Davey Height. It seems to be getting colder as the day moves on. Am I wrong?
You look at the temperatures, you watch the weather, and it's saying 52, 53 degrees. That last hit that Ashley and I did, ice falling on my jacket. It's a little bit of sleet already here this morning. And the winds are supposed to pick up to about 25 miles an hour. But, hey, the fishing is good. It's actually making the fishing better, I think.
Yeah, not like other sports. We're not going to delay this. I mean, we're not going to shut them down and tell them to get back in the bullpen. It's professional bass fishing there on the water, dealing on a public body of water, but also dealing with the conditions that are thrown at them. This event, the fourth stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and that right there is our playing field. You see where our anglers are spread out here on Chickamauga Lake. And every single time we come here, the one thing you can count on in this area is the big bite, the giant fish that live here. And that's why this area is exploding as much as it is. I mean, I was just in the restaurant, and the amount of people that have moved from California, different states and stuff, and they came here for one reason, for giant fish. But that gives you a good idea of how our anglers are spread out. What does that tell you, Davey Height?
Well, it's always good to see a fishery when you get that view of basically 60 miles there, the way the anglers are spread out. But what you have is the anglers are spread out, but then they are in these little small areas, so to speak. But Matt Robertson is one angler who's been fishing differently than a lot of these other anglers. They're in those backwaters, fishing shallower. He's been fishing out on the main river, not the river ledge itself, but let's say that first drop. That water depth ranges between about 3 to about 8 feet deep. It's really been a positive for Matt Robertson. He's not caught a lot of fish each day, but he's definitely caught the right size.
Out on the water live with your day 2 leader, 3-time Classic qualifier, Matt Robertson.
I don't even know how that happened. There's another big one. Come on, baby. Come here. Come here. Shit, we got too much line out. Come here. That's how you freaking rebound. Didn't need that damn fish. We're gonna fucking catch him anyways.
Well, from the Happy Gilmore of professional bass fishing, let's catch up on what's been happening here on this incredible body of water with our Yamaha midday report. If you're just joining us, here is the who's and what's been happening. The biggest bag of the tournament, our VMC monster bag, belongs to this guy, Maddie Wong. And man, his personality is infectious.
Yeah, it really was. It's always a joy to talk to Maddie. He's had a couple, let's say, just tough tournaments the last few weeks, and then day
That's how we start the morning right there, baby.
Here at Lake Chickamauga, a slow day for him, but yesterday, like you mentioned, VMC monster bag of the tournament, over 25 pounds for Maddie Wong. Caught all of his fish.
That's the one that I missed
on a big
yesterday.
swim bait, a soft plastic swim bait, and there you see a Rossi Glide, a jointed hard plastic swim bait. Didn't get a lot of bites, but man, they were the right size. He said, I'm gonna keep it in my hand all day today.
Coming to this event needing a top 10, even wore a shirt that says, I need a top 10 all week. And he's on pace for it, Brock Mosley.
It certainly is. Brock Mosley using a vibrating jig. We see that a lot from him. Yesterday he was a little quiet about what bait he was using, exactly what he was doing. I understand that, but hey, we knew we were going to have a camera with him today. Played a jig around some other people. He just really has perfected that technique. And Brock Mosley is due for a win here on the Elite Series. Been a runner-up, I think, 4 times, currently sitting in 3rd place.
He may be the most overdue angler on the Elite. You know, I mean, obviously there's swindle and stuff like that, but as far as just knocking at the door, the most times, 4 times a bridesmaid. And last year in Pickwick, it looked like it was going to be his time, and Dollar Bill took it away from him. But he's been incredibly consistent this week, where some anglers have been up and down. He has been within a few ounces of his weight.
He really has, and having a good tournament here, like I said, he's had a lot of good tournaments through the last few years. One of our college anglers has made his way up to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Tough loss for him here. The bites have been a little slower today than the last 2 days. A lot of other anglers, as you can see, there's a few in the background right there. A lot of other anglers fishing around him.
Keep your eye on this guy, Daisuke Aoki, having an incredible event. And man, what a pedigree he brings to the Elite Series. A 3-time Angler of the Year in Japan and a 2-time Classic champion over there.
Yeah, Daisuke, like some of the other anglers we were talking about, Brock Mosley, fishing backwater areas early. He's been around a lot of other fishermen, and it's just simply used some of his great finesse techniques from Japan to outfish a lot of those other anglers around him. But the good thing about Daisuke is he has a shallow water area where he's been able to finesse fish for these fish, but he's also caught some fish later in the day offshore. We saw him make that move a little earlier today than he has in the past few days. You see him here offshore. He knew that he's kind of running out of fish. Those fish really aren't replenishing in that backwater area, so I really feel positive about his approach, having some shallow water fish and also some offshore fish.
He felt very, very confident himself, and a lot more on the line here. His camera person, Jake Latonders, and we talked about it yesterday, a 3-1 record in Bassmaster competition this year. 3 wins by the anglers that he has covered, and right now on pace to become 4-1. Can it happen? Daisuke sitting in second place, and like I said, Davey, how come, you know, when the anglers don't win, a lot of times they blame it on the camera guy, but you never hear an angler say, man, I want to thank my camera person for delivering here today, this victory.
Yeah, it's all about them when they win. I guess I've been guilty of that too through the years, but if you don't win, it's all about someone else or something else. It's never your fault. But I really like I said, the fact that Daisuke is fishing shallow and he's also fishing offshore, and that just throws in one more thing to add. He's got Jake as his cameraman this week, and he's got a great record. There he is getting some knuckle.
Let's have a look at our updated leaderboard. And top of the leaderboard, our day 1 leader, Carl Jacobson, now back in the lead with 48 pounds even. From Toowoomba, Australia, you know, moved here and could have moved anywhere in the entire country. Chose to live right here in this area because of this incredible body of water. And he might just pay off with his first Elite Series victory. But with Carl Jacobson, we have learned over and over again. I mean, there is highs, but there is also going to be some very, very big lows. And yesterday was one of them.
The problem. Oh my gosh! 5 bites. 5-pounder. And so yeah, got up. Got up. Got it.
Yeah, so you see Carl Jacobson here yesterday. Day 1 leader, but yesterday he actually had a chance to catch more fish, bring 5 big ones to the scales. You see this one here, and these are not just misses that we don't see. We see Carl Jacobson lose these 5 to 7 pound bass over and over again yesterday.
Well, yesterday is history. Let's have a look at today's Mercury move of the day. A much better day already for Carl Jacobson.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just putting them in the boat. You see there at 813, a 7-pounder, 836, a 6-pounder. You know, that 2-pounder helps, but those 2 big fish, those are difference makers. Those are the size that he had on day 1 when he was leading this event. Those are also the size that he lost yesterday. But here's one thing about Carl Jacobson. He needed this Mercury move of the day because tomorrow's forecast is not conducive for those bigger baits.
Moved all the way from 16th place up to unofficially first place right there. And that is our Mercury move of the day. But the one thing I can guarantee you here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite is the moves are going to continue coming on this world-class fishery full of giant, giant fish.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Minn-Kota, Powerpole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Dude, I'm just a old boy, old working boy from Kentucky, you know, Western Kentucky. Just a pressure wash. Welcome to my kingdom. Are you on them? I'm here to win me some blue trophies, dude. Been fishing all my life, been working towards the Elite Series all my life, and man, I'm gonna tell you, it was a long, hard road getting here. I mean, I'm still living in a trailer park right now, guys. Man, we're here to take home some blue trophies and win a classic trophy.
From the trailer park into your hat, the Happy Gilmore of professional bass fishing, Matt Robertson, man. Don't let all of the fur coats and feathered boas distract you from the fact that he is an incredible angler, a 3-time classic qualifier. And man, I could not imagine the celebration if he takes this title tomorrow, Davey.
Oh, it'll be one to remember, that's for sure.
Yeah, we don't need to be getting in that much trouble already. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's about how I thought. You know, just kind of fish up through there and hit one or two, and yeah, we're gonna do it again. And I feel like today's gonna be tougher. I don't know that. But I think we're gonna grind it out in the grass. Hopefully till we get a decent limit, and then we'll go probably do a little swim baiting again. I mean, it's good swim bait weather. I know that.
That's a good one.
But my gut's telling me to stay in the grass. I lost a great big one, caught a good one, and got another okay one. So sometimes I don't always agree with my gut, but this morning, my gut told me to come up here and start on this stretch, and I started on my drum hole.
Come on, baby.
And stopped on another grass stretch.
Come here.
And then I fished a point where I caught him on a swim bait. And the whole time my gut's telling me to come up here and get in the grass.
Rebound.
So.
Didn't need that damn fish.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. And until my gut says otherwise, that's what we're gonna do. I ain't fighting the gut no more.
When Matt talks about grinding it out in the grass, he's been using this 3/4 ounce lipless crankbait, fishing grass out on the main river channel, not very deep, 3 to about 7 feet deep. And that's the way he's been catching his limit, his bigger fish in the afternoon on a swim bait.
Well, our last event, Caleb Kufal weighed in 103 pounds, 1 ounce. From Wisconsin, does not drink beer, does not like football, and not really fond of smallmouth bass. He likes to throw a jig, and he is very, very good at it. Has never danced his entire life, Davey Hyde. We're going to make him dance. I mean,
how could you not dance if he holds a blue trophy over his head on Championship Sunday and gets a $100,000 check? Like you mentioned, he doesn't do a lot of things necessarily, but the few things he does well, and that is keeping a jig in his hand, fishing shallow. One of the few anglers fishing boat docks.
It's 2.5-er.
Saw Matt Herron doing that some, but a very slow day for him yesterday. Caleb was able to catch another good solid stringer yesterday, fishing the boat docks with jigs.
He prides himself on fishing the way he likes to fish. I mean, he talks about, he says, in a world where all we hear is you can't compete without forward-facing sonar.
You can't, you know, side.
Being priced out of the sport. He says, I try to avoid that stuff. I like to throw a jig. I like to fish shallow, and if I can do it, I will always do it.
That side.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up. Maddie Wong, the biggest stringer of the week so far, 25 pounds yesterday, told you on stage that he turned his electronics off.
Yeah.
And just went fishing.
One thing to remember about Maddie Wong, when he qualified, I mean, he's our Bass Nation national champion, qualified through the Bass Nation. He qualified out of a boat that was 1 year older than him or younger than him. It had one small fish finder. It was black and white. And he said, man, all of this stuff, it helps, but it can also distract. two box right now. Daisuke Aoki and Matt Robertson both trying to chase down their first ever Elite Series title.
And interesting looking at both of these views, both of these anglers offshore, and for the most part, we haven't percentage-wise had many anglers fishing offshore, but now you see currently in second place and third place anglers both offshore. Both have had some shallow water fish added to their stringers every day, but you can see those areas are just really getting beat up. Just a lot of fishing pressure, and there's a few new fish moving in, but with the weather conditions and the low water situation that we have here, just not a lot of fish moving into those shallow backwater areas.
Daisuke taking his game from Japan and applying it here on Chick. It's incredible to watch him fish. And a lot of the Japanese anglers and their adjustments, and he explained it to me as ultra finesse. I mean, a lot of his fish have come on 4-pound test. And 4-pound test, I mean, you go to a tackle store in this area, you'll have a hard time finding 4-pound test.
Yes, but if you fished Lake Chickamauga very much at all, you know the area that he's in is very recognizable. But I know the exact ledge that he is fishing. I have fished it, and I've fished here maybe a dozen times in my life. But that area and that particular spot gets fished like probably 300 days a year, if not 300 plus days a year. So you have to have those finesse techniques. You have to let those fish see something a little different, whether it's an extra large bait, as we've seen Carl Jacobson throw a lot with the glide bait, or a very small finesse type bait.
Look at all those spinning rods. I talked to Jake yesterday, and he said he literally picked up a bait casting rod, for 3 or 4 casts throughout the day. The one thing that really stands out to me, if you watch him work these baits, I mean, it's almost, even when he's fishing shallow, we talked a lot about that shake that we saw at our last tournament with Drew Cook, and it's not just a bedding technique. I mean, he is constantly shaking his bait.
And if you notice, you called it, as he made that cast, you see he's shaking his rod a lot there, and you don't see that. You see that with a soft plastic bait that someone's fishing slow on the bottom, a shaky head, hence, or Drew Cook using that soft plastic bait for those fish on the beds. But this is a swim bait, and he's giving it a lot of action with his rod tip, and you don't see that as often.
And where a lot of that comes from is just simply how the angling opportunities in Japan, the bass fishing opportunities. I talked to Takumi about it. We watched him in Orange, Texas, and we watched him fish, make a cast, and take 15 minutes to work that bait back. But he's like, at home, you get a small section that you can fish, and you need to maximize in that section. And I also think forward-facing sonar is really revealing to us just how many fish are in an area. In the past, you'd think maybe there's just 1 or 2 there, but it's usually more than you imagine. Let's check in with Millville, New Jersey's Greg Palma, a Bassmaster Classic qualifier, and great to have him here on semifinal Saturday.
Greg Palma, another one of those anglers, not catching a lot of numbers of fish, but has had the good quality, been consistent throughout the first 2 days.
There's one. Barely hooked. Okay. That's 2 cranking so far.
Keeper for GDP there, but the wrong size here on this body of water. You want to catch them at Chickamauga, you better catch the big ones. An absolute parade of bass pandas crossed the stage yesterday. It was cold, but you have a look at what this week has been all about. It's those bigger bites, and that's why everyone travels all around the world to come here, Davey.
Absolutely, Dave. And this lake has not always been like this. Credit to the area, the local TVA and all the folks that help put these Florida strain largemouth bass here. It's not uncommon to see double-digit bass here at Lake Chickamauga, and that's exactly why people come from all over the country.
Our biggest bass of the tournament, 10 pounds, 5 ounces so far. That's your Phoenix Boats big bass. But as you can see, what a difference a day makes. Both Gerald Swindle and Scott Martin had huge rallies yesterday to get inside our top 47. But currently in our Yeti hot seat is your day one leader, Carl Jacobson. But all of this is unofficial until we lay him on the official scales, and that'll happen this afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern. It is going to be a showdown, a throwdown, a big fish mowdown to find out who gets inside the top 10 and moves into Championship Sunday.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Continued coverage here from our on-location coverage team in beautiful Dayton, Tennessee. And there's snow business. Snow has no business in bass fishing. You see right there, snowy. It says we have a high tomorrow of 72 degrees. I cannot wait. A low of 50 and mostly sunny. That's our TH Marine weather watch for tomorrow. But as you can see, today it is a little cold here in the great state of Tennessee. Davey Height, some people think that bass bite better in the snow. Is that just is that true, or is that just a silver lining trying to make somebody
I
feel
believe
a little
that
warmer?
good, cold, cloudy, low-pressure days are always good days for catching those bigger bass. Maybe not the numbers, but it's always been, to me, a good situation to catch a big fish. And what a better place to be, no better place to be than here on the Tennessee River, Lake Chickamauga, where we've seen a 10-pounder and several 9-pounders brought to the scales already.
Speaking of a good situation, Daisuke Aoki, good aerial shot of him today and put himself in a great spot here in his 4th Elite Series event. But this is a look at Daisuke Aoki yesterday and how he found himself in this great spot after 3 tough events to start his Elite Series career.
Yeah, high expectations for him coming into the Elite Series, and it took him a few tournaments to kind of get things going, but a great tournament for him here, obviously. Starting out fishing shallow, fishing around a lot of other boats, and simply outfished most of those anglers in the area. And I was concerned that could this hold up for 4 days? If you're not accustomed to fishing 4-day tournaments, it can really sneak up on you that you ran out of fish, you stayed in one area too long. But you see here later in the day, both days, and he moved out there a little bit earlier today, moving offshore, catching some of these fish that are out on these first creek channel drops.
Fishing ultra finesse techniques, he told me. Most of his fish are coming on 4-pound test line, and as I said, you can't even find 4-pound test line if you go to a store here.
You can't find 4-pound test line in my boat, I can tell you that. But yeah, I use 6, a fair amount, but never 4. That's really incredible to come to Lake Chickamauga knowing you'll have a chance to catch a double-digit fish or hook up with a double-digit fish and use 4-pound tests. That just shows what a great angler he is. And you were talking earlier, a lot of people don't realize their tournaments in Japan, a fair amount of them, you fish from the shoreline. And you have to absolutely outfish the people standing beside you. So great anglers coming from Japan. And like you said, he's probably the most decorated Japanese angler we've ever had here.
Yeah, I mean, what he's accomplished in Japan is incredible. But I wonder how inspired he was with what Takumi Ito has done here the last few years. You know what I mean? Yeah. It seems like you're seeing more and more new Japanese anglers coming over, trying to qualify. And you got to think that, what Takumi has done has inspired them, because really, Takumi does not have near the amount of tournament experience as he does. I mean, Takumi, before he came here, he had fished some tournaments, but really, he did a lot more promotional work in Japan, like social media stuff, making videos and that sort of thing. And I asked him, why didn't you fish more tournaments? He's like, my dream has always been to fish the Bassmaster. So he's like, I don't need no stinking tournaments. I'll go over there, qualify, and it's worked out pretty good for him.
It absolutely has. But one thing that you do notice with these Japanese anglers, I've noticed from day one, an incredible work ethic. I mean, they really, really spend all of their time, all of their focus on being the best they can be at their sport.
Well, that was yesterday, but let's get out to Daisuke Aoki right now live on the water, currently in 2nd place.
You see that he's moved offshore. This is the earliest he's moved from that shallow water area all week to fishing pressure, the reason for that. And I don't know how many more areas. This one area is where we saw him catch a couple of his key fish yesterday, but I don't know if he has a lot of these, you know, up and down the river system itself. But just getting these fish to bite, because the majority of the population of fish are not in those shallow areas. They're offshore. And with him, you know, with all these finesse techniques, if he can get those fish to bite, he could certainly be a player come tomorrow afternoon, currently sitting unofficially in second place.
And you see the guy in the back deck, the heater, 3-1 record, Jake Latonders. We all know the cooler, another one of our camera folk. Legendary Wes Miller, a great guy.
Great.
But you referred to him as the cooler yesterday, but the heater this year is Jake Latonders. 3 out of 4 of the anglers he's covered won events this year.
Yeah, not just any event. One of those was a Bassmaster Classic. So be a lot of anglers that will want to have him in the boat with them later this year, and especially next year in the Bassmaster Classic.
Ironically, there is absolutely zero bonus for that. You get nothing except you become a little less popular with the other camera folk, I imagine.
One thing here, looking at this aerial view, the wind hasn't picked up this morning like it did yesterday. I think the reason for a lot of those fish being caught in the afternoon was those winds picking up. The forecast says 25-mile-an-hour winds, but they're not supposed to pick up until 1, 2, and even 3 o'clock. So the later flight, even though they had to sit on shore this morning 30 minutes after the first half of the field went out and fished, they might have an advantage having that 30 extra minutes in the afternoon.
Well, that's a good look at Daisuke Aoki, but we have 47 anglers on the water fishing here on semifinal Saturday. And have a look at the Minn Kota Unlock the Lake of all the catches from today up to this point. And as you can see, there's a lot of fish catching going on early, even in these inclement conditions, Davey.
Yeah, it's great to see. Some fisheries that we go to, you'll see, especially when you're down to 47 anglers, half the field here on moving Saturday. But it's good to see. That's a big area. That's probably about a 40-mile stretch. You see fish being caught throughout, and it's good to see that. It's a sign of a good, healthy fishery. It's also a sign that, you know, you have different water clarity, you have different water temperatures from the lower end to the far upper end, more vegetation on the upper end, and it looks like there are a few more fish being caught from this Dayton area and on up, and a lot of that is probably because we have that vegetation more prevalent on this upper end.
A lot of fish catching going on, and our leaderboard continues to change. And the Happy Gilmore of professional fishing back in the lead. Happy learned how to putt. Matt Robertson, your leader with 48 pounds, 5 ounces, followed by our day one leader, Carl Jacobson. Daisuke Aoki in third. We'll continue to follow the action, but we're going to throw it over to the guys back in the studio, and we'll follow it all day long. Don't go anywhere.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Heading into, believe it or not, already hour number 5.
Yep. Wow.
This is a day 3 competition here. And Matt Robertson, who started the day back on top by about the same margin. Just a few ounces, a handful of ounces right there ahead of the day 1 leader, Carl Jacobson. So man, oh man, moving going on out there. Aoki, as he has done all through this tournament, hanging in there in the top 3. Drew Benton, Jeff Gustafson of Canada, moving up the leaderboard. And boy, what a place. What a place. We knew it was going to be tough here.
Yes.
But after, when it's all said and done, it's Lake Chickamauga. It's just an exceptional place.
Even when it snows at Lake Chickamauga in April, said nobody ever, it is still an incredible lake. Lake Chickamauga right there, you see at the top of your screen. Dayton, Tennessee, that is a fishing town. A lot of fishing friends we've made throughout the years. They're not here on the Elite Series anymore, but it is a fishing community right here. And this lake, it's absolutely throttled because of the big bass fishing that goes on here. And we're gonna slide on down to Chester Frost area, just south of the Sequoia Nuclear Power Plant. Daisuke Aoki hooked up live.
Yeah, no, but the keeper. number hook.
Daisuke Aoki with a big day one stringer, had 2 7-pounders. The only thing you got to worry about this area down near Chester Frost.
Cold is my power down.
Cold hands for Daisuke today and everybody else out there, crew included, is that little offshore area right there doesn't seem to have those swim bait size fish. A lot of the fish that you're seeing with Jason Christie up the Hiawassee. But this is one of those tournaments catching 3 to 3.5 pounders, keeping him in the mix right now, midday here on semifinal Saturday. I heard Davey Height say to Dave Mercer that Daisuke Aoki's using 4-pound line, and Davey said he uses a pretty fair amount of 6-pound line. That is the biggest lie Davey Height has ever said on Bassmaster.
Yeah, take a look at 6-pound line.
Yeah, I have fished countless days with Davey Height. He does not have that. Most of these guys, if you don't get to get out fishing a lot, using very heavy line, 20 to 25-pound line with the big swim baits.
Get you a little bonus coverage right now. B&W Trailer Hitch is going to be live on the line.
Here's our guy.
With our guy.
Absolutely.
One of the great guys out there. Jeff Gustafson. Jeff, good tournament out there today and a good day. Kind of explain it for us.
Well, I'm just happy to be here. I had one of the worst practices I've ever had. Never caught a limit any day in practice, and I think it just kind of worked out a little bit. As far as I wasn't married to anything, and I've just been kind of fishing the conditions. Got catching 2 or 3 a day on a little Bagley crankbait, and then it's just a real mishmash of a chatterbait, a jig. I caught a big one on a floating worm yesterday. Just really mixing it up and just trying to put some limits together. So this morning, I got 5 pretty quick. So I'm pleasantly surprised. Just gotta try and hunt down a big one or 2 now.
Jeff, they call you the Canadian snow leprechaun for a reason, being from Canada. Does this weather in any way, shape, or form affect you, seeing it's 0 at your house at home right now?
I don't know, man. You're never gonna hear me cry about it being cold when I'm down here. I guess I put it that way, but I really, still don't know what's going on out here. Just go fish, And this bank's been pretty good to me. I've caught 1 or 2 off this every day. It's just, you can see there's some rock, there's stumps, hard bottom, a little bit of wood. But just been kind of fishing what's in front of me. And I didn't bring enough warm clothes down here for this trip. Usually once you're out of March down in the south, you're crying because it's too hot, but it's not very warm out.
Jeff, you'll need those warm clothes again first thing in the morning, but it's going to warm and the blue skies are going to appear, the sun, and very little wind tomorrow. What does that portend for you? What sort of adjustments do you have to make?
Well, I got to make it for tomorrow first. I feel like I'm a long way from that, but I got a good start today. I don't have any big fish in there. They're just all kind of, keepers. So, but I've been lucky. I've had a big one each of the last 2 days, and just got to run into one. I got lots of time, and if I can get a couple, then maybe we'll get an extra day out here. I was scared coming into this. Like I said, it was a real grindy practice for me. But so it's funny how it works out like that. Like some of the other tournaments this year, I've had a great practice, feel like I'm going to catch them, and then it doesn't work out. But sometimes it's good when you don't really have a real plan you're locked into, and you're a little more flexible to just fish what's in front of you.
Jeff, good luck on job one, as you mentioned, making the top 10 tomorrow. Hope we see you out there, and thanks so much for your time today. You don't have to go far from where Jeff was right there to find the place where he became the second Canadian to win on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Couple lakes up from where we're at right here, and site of the 2023 Bassmaster Classic, Fort Loudon and Tellico, and actually doing something that a lot of the locals said could not be done, to catch better than average size over the length limit there on Fort Loudon and Tellico smallmouth. To do that 4 days in a row, weighing in limits and absolutely dominating the field. I have a sneaky suspicion that area is going to get a lot of attention from the competitors the next time we get there for the 2023 Bassmaster Classic. First Bassmaster Elite Series win for Jeff Jacobson. Absolutely was a model of consistency, a little jighead minnow. Basically how he has grown up fishing up in Canada for walleye and smallmouth bass.
That was the Jeff Jacobson show, start to finish. And he deserved it. He made it happen.
That was one of those tournaments. We talk about this a lot on FS1. We tried very hard to manufacture drama, which we could not do in that tournament.
Well, that fog delay manufactured it for us, but then, you know, the first 10 minutes, he obviously said, no doubt, I'm going to win this event. Yeah.
There's not very many up there right now.
Boy, you do have that feeling. You walk out of the doors here of the Marathon Studio in Little Rock, and you feel that weather, and what it is going to shape up to be tomorrow will be a tough post-front situation, to say the least.
Subtract all the clouds, subtract all the wind.
There are a lot of viewers on Bassmaster Live saying, man, I want to see these guys fish tough conditions. This will be about as tough as conditions that we will see all season long.
Wasn't the changing temperatures kind of tough on the guys having to adjust every day?
Well, you know, Such, bringing that up, the changing temperatures, it's still, no matter what, even though you have low water, a very brutal cold front situation, these fish still want to be shallow. Their biological clock tells them it's time to make babies, and that will put them shallow, and that's what we've seen in this tournament. We have not seen really a bass in this tournament caught past 7 feet of water because of time of year, length of day.
Yeah.
Days are longer, and you can't stress this enough, even though it's been a very, very hard tournament to stay consistent in. It's still an incredible lake when you're sitting on a 4-pound average to be leading this tournament.
It's the same kind of deal with deer when we talk about the fall. And sometimes when it's really warm or really cold, people say it's not necessarily deer weather for them to be on the move, but at a certain point, the moon and the time of day, the length of day will get them going.
You been deer hunting? I don't know.
No, I've been deer stalking.
Right.
You know?
You like to look at them.
Yeah, I like golf. I don't play it though. You know, I watch it.
I don't like to look at them. Good stuff right there. Bassmaster Live.
Oh, Drew Benton. Maybe, no.
Jason Christie. Look out now.
Okay. Probable keeper there.
That one will go to the bottom line.
But will it?
I think it will.
But will it?
Good. We'll report on that when we come back here. So we've got plenty of fishing time on this all-important Saturday, trying to fish their way into the top 10 who will fish on Championship Sunday. Daisuke Aoki's probably spent more time atop the leaderboard than any one of our anglers in the top 10 right now, but it's very close between him, Jacobson, and Maddie Robertson. Drew Benton, Jeff Gustafson, all the rest. Going to be some guys moving in, moving up, trying to make it into that top 10 before we are done.
Go on now.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
It's kind of a big, fast-moving, rollicking day out here for all the tension that exists on a semifinal Saturday. Trying to make that top 10 list right there. That's the unofficial top 10. As it stands right now, Aoki, great angler from Japan, having his best tournament as an Elite Series angler so far. Look out for some other guys moving up there. Oh, including Jason Christie. There is a clutch of guys, more than a clutch, a big pen full of guys who thought they were clear of Jason Christie by the end of a tournament, and turned out they weren't.
Absolutely. And the weird thing is, being obviously Masters weekend in Augusta, you see a lot of the golfers, and really they've had the exact same weather, and they want the wind to go away, which they're going to get tomorrow. That is the exact opposite, if you really think about it, in this tournament right here. A lot of these anglers wanting this wind to stick around. The reaction baits that we've seen all tournament long have excelled with that. As that wind goes away tonight into tomorrow with very cold temps, somebody that makes an adjustment is gonna up the leaderboard.
We'll try to figure out who that is.
You're nuts.
And it kind of makes sense for the season. It's the tone of the year. We've had different weather seemingly every day. Nothing consistent when it comes to the Bassmaster Elite Series weather-wise. And that's why it's kind of been tumultuous and volatile in the leaderboards over the last few events. And I wanted to get to our guy who's kind of surprised us a little bit this year. The VMC On Point for the 2022 season. I'm going to give it to Rick Clunn, legendary angler, 4-time Classic champion. We know him as an Elite Series champion as well, 2019 and 2016 on the St. Johns River. And guys, he's had an up and down year, but this kind of represents a lot of our anglers' seasons. He's sitting there right outside the Classic cut currently because with the help of his 21st at the Harris Chain and the 6th currently at Chickamauga after yesterday's weigh-in, Rick Clunn sitting right outside the Classic cut. This would be the first time he's made the Classic since, what was it, Such, 2009?
What?
So for Rick Clunn to be able to be in contention halfway through the season for a Classic the first time in over a decade, that would be very cool for one of the most legendary anglers in the sport. And guys, obviously we're going to see changing today. He slipped down a little bit, but this is kind of his style tournament. And when it comes to what's been working at Lake Chickamauga, the Berkeley right bait, right time for the event, it's kind of a mixture of a couple different types of this technique, and that would be a swim bait. We've seen a bunch of glide baits, the jointed hard baits, but we've also seen over the last 2 days of competition this morning and yesterday afternoon a mixture of soft swim baits, those 5 to 6 inch swim baits. Even some guys, like you said, Daisuke Aoki, using similar to a boot tail style. It's not that, but it is that size, that profile, that 3 to 4 inch swim bait. So for a Berkeley right bait, right time, as we get farther into the weekend, we may see a lot more types of swim baits as guys have to shuffle through, those different techniques on their spots. So that's the Berkeley right bait, right time. And a little kudos to Rick Clunn there for his good season and uptick this event.
Talking about Rick Clunn,
easy
a lot
for me
of
to
people
say.
don't know this. We call the leaders after the weigh-in, and not to steal from Raising Arizona, Rick Clunn is the lone wolf of the apocalypse. Nah, he is, and he really doesn't like to answer. Tonight, I'm curious to see how your phone call goes with
call
Rick.
him.
I
Hey.
would like that.
It always catches me off guard when it pops up on my phone when he calls me.
I'm
and it's
sure.
normally to ask a GoPro question or, hey, can I come by studio? And I'm like, whatever you want, Rick.
Nothing better than awkward pauses with Rick Clunn.
Daisuke Aoki, this is live out there right now. One of our 2 super rookies who are in the top 10 to start this day.
And I know that Mercer and Davey said he's using 4-pound line, but the way he's fighting them, no, he's not. No.
Look at 4 pound. That's
that's
like
not
less than a human hair.
Yes,
basically.
Boy. What? Really? Such throwing out some 6 stats right there.
Yeah, what was that, a Carl Jacobson update that we're going to
Carl Jacobson with a 6 and a 7. We'll have to check on that. Had a little glitch in the Bass track.
And it's in the matrix, not just
exactly.
Yeah.
Good one right here for Aoki.
Come on.
Oh, wow.
maybe 5 pounder.
Davey Height nailed it. He is in one of the most pressured areas of Lake Chickamauga. A lot of resident fish, a lot of fish that are weighed in tournaments in this bay / creek.
Come on, one more big one. Number 5. Number 5, 5 pounder.
I'm gonna tell you something. His gig, that little soft plastic fluke style, it's not really a fluke style bait. It's basically, like Ronnie said, it's like a small swim bait without a paddle tail. Listen, that will work tomorrow.
That's a weatherproof.
Oh, yes. Absolutely will work tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm moving, fishing, but
I know what that music means, and it's all about you, Mike Sukan. Do me a favor. Please do.
A powerful replay of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Daisuke Aoki.
Exactly.
Catching him deep. Bringing in, taking over the lead on day 3.
That is exactly right, Such. Starting off this day in a little backwater area. Catching a couple back there, but it seems like it's been depleted. But it was this little bullet in his gun that we did not get to see on day number 1. Got to see it yesterday. Every day, though, he has caught one that size. He can do that one more day. He will be in the driver's seat here on Lake Chickamauga. Daisuke Aoki, you are the power pole replay of the day, my friend. Big one right there. A lot of anglers struggling to get that 5 bass limit. He has done it in a big way in the most pressured area of Lake Chickamauga. As you said, you look at that bait right there that he just pulled out. Going to have high skies tomorrow, light winds. That little finesse gig could shine in a big way. Well done, Such. Aoki, you are the power pole replay of the day.
I will get deets, and I will have him send so we can be more insightful tomorrow about that on FS1.
Yeah, I'm moving, fishing, but over there, live scope, 5 fish, 5 big fish, spot rock, cast, bite. Yesterday, day 1 and day 2 is shallow side, very good. But today's shallow side is all small size. Big side is outside, 6 feet from 9 feet. English okay.
Having a time. Having a Tennessee time.
I would as well if I was at the top of the leaderboard.
Which he is right now with a pretty good lead over Carl Jacobson. Take a look at that right there. Daisuke Aoki, the first to break from the pack today and really stretch on out there. Obviously, very, very talented fisherman with a technique that you say may be a little weatherproof, a little resistant to the challenges that tomorrow will bring to these anglers. We got a lot more guys to run down. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Tonight, the NASCAR Cup Series is on FS1. Catch the best drivers in the world as they battle under the lights at the Paperclip in Martinsville. Catch all the action tonight at 7 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
Who you got, T?
Austin Dillon.
Wow, really?
Maybe.
I'm going to go Denny Hamlin.
Okay.
Your guy, Martin Truex, has won 3 of the last 5 races there. He's favorite.
Why would you not be on him, Z? We take a look
Not
at
his week, bud.
Our unofficial leaderboard. Daisuke Aoki, we saw him make number 5 with a 5-pounder. That'll get you somewhere on this day.
Yes, it will.
Him on top of the leaderboard, Carl Jacobson. Right behind. Do we dare to compare?
You look at this Mercury Dare to compare and you say to yourself, are you kidding me? And no, that is the truth right there. Yesterday, Carl Jacobson only catching 4 bass, his biggest being a 2.9. Not the case today. Take a look at a 7 and a 6-pounder already in Carl Jacobson's live well. And the one thing that we have said about Carl Jacobson, comparing him right now, this whole Pam thing that Ronnie's been talking about.
Yes, twins.
Exactly. Carl Jacobson looking at yesterday with him. If you look at all of this footage, and it is,
This is the problem.
gang, here on FS1, this is painful. Throwing his glider, missing fish, short strikes, the ones he did hook, not in the boat. Well, that is not the case today. But with that being said, you always hear whenever somebody is swim baiting, light penetration. A little bit, even though we're not going to have high skies today, it will get brighter. Yesterday, the majority of his bites, even though he did not execute on them, they were from noon on.
Okay.
Watch for that. With Carl Jacobson, 2 big ones in his live well. Carl Jacobson, after a miserable day 2, back in the mix right now. That is your Mercury Dare. We compare Carl Jacobson with himself?
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. A self-compare. Why not?
Are you kidding me?
Let's get back out on the water live right now.
Tale of 2 cities.
It really is.
Tale of
Sure,
2
let's
days.
talk. Yeah, absolutely. How about a look at Greg de Palma? Garden State of New Jersey.
A lot of experience
Yeah, this is
here
the best
because
tournament
he is a Chickamauga Opens journeyman, so he's been here multiple times.
Get up here. Yes, sir.
With Greg de Palma.
happening, man.
Interesting, Ronnie. You ready for this?
Uh-oh.
A lot of his fish he's put on the scale in this tournament have come on a buzz bait, my friend.
That sounds fun.
A little better.
Live now with Greg. Started the day in 9th place.
Especially when it's on Fox.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to be. Yeah, you want to be on there. There he is. Get up here. Let's keep on catching them.
Well, he has done that. 20 keepers day 1, 15
That's it, man. It's the magic hour. Every day
Be the leader.
they go right to the freaking bank.
Numbers.
There has been pressure in that area, this body of water, but a lot of those guys are on their way home.
One more. One more.
Yeah.
Let the flurries begin.
Greg Palma said there was little flurries in here both day of this tournament. We're seeing one of those happen right now. Go ahead, Ron.
I was gonna say, and even though Chickamauga is one of the best lakes in the country, we saw it in the fall, a different time of the year. It's hard to get a limit every single day of competition with the size limit and the conditions they're given. If you have a spot, you can catch 15 to 20 keepers in a day. You'll be at least your floor will be much higher than others.
Dr. Brock Mosley's been getting his 19 pounds a day with regularity. If he can do that today.
Well, it's been a lot easier to catch a limit in this one than that tournament we had in the fall. That was grimy, gruesome.
That's a good one there. We need this one. Yes. That water's cold, boy. How you like that 52-degree water? Yes.
Wow.
You caught that.
All right.
Lost about
Holy
13
crap, that's
degrees of water temp in the last
It never felt so
2
good right now.
days.
Wow.
All right. Nice.
This
No cold
started
tag for
out
that
as
one.
a
It ain't no giant.
spawning tournament back to a pre-spawn event. Said us never in the Bassmaster studios back down
Seems appropriate. Back to Aoki live.
Dallas Bay area. Chester Frost.
On your wacky worm, are you using 4-pound test line?
Shut your mouth.
Oh, big one.
You just kind of got a vibe watching the guys that are excelling today. Cold weather putting a lot more fish out compared to how shallow they were 2 days ago.
Ah. 4-pounder.
Man, that is a
Talk is
4-pounder.
good. Yeah. Boy. Come on. Come on, big fish. Yeah. Yeah. Female. Change. Okay. Yeah, today it's deep side. I know.
Well, we've talked about that little soft plastic for the last 2 days with Aoki. Gonna get a good look at it right here. And it is just like a soft plastic fluke style bait.
Yeah, there's another one that's very similar as well that he's alternating between, and we'll be able to get a look at both of those, but yeah.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures right there. And basically the action you're gonna get out of that is the action that he's employing with his rod. That is a very subtle, non-intrusive. These fish have seen every lipless crankbait, bladed jig on earth, and that little finesse presentation in the area that he is fishing is the reason he is your leader right now. Daisuke Aoki getting it done, all finesse style.
Aoki, tell me how you're using your live scope.
No?
Can you explain?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
can you tell the camera, how you're using the live scope to catch your fish?
This?
Yes.
This is no.
Oh, no?
Yeah, very long distance. But one, number 5 fish is a live scope. 5 fish school, sea, spot rock, cast, bite. Biting spot, how many? 9 feet. Yesterday, day 1 and day 2 is shallow side is very good, but today is no good. All small side. Big fish is deep side. I know.
Largemouth Disney World.
Yeah.
I think what I caught right there for sure is off to the left-hand side of your screen is the largemouth Disney World.
Yeah,
is what he said.
That's where the
what
big
Jake
ones are.
Latonders said. That's the area.
Let's get out to Davey. Hi, Davey. Did you hear that exchange right there? Is that the way you read it? That he was showing us where the real goods are.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting to see him really kind of excel. Z, you nailed it. These fish have seen every lipless crankbait. They've seen every flat-sided crankbait. They've seen every soft plastic you can imagine. A lot of pressure here on Lake Chickamauga, but him doing something a little different and being around other anglers and just really out fishing those anglers has been very, very impressive. It's starting to lighten up just a little bit. The wind still hasn't picked up, but it's supposed to later this afternoon. And those more subtle techniques, I think, will really, really come into play as it lightens up. But Carl Jacobson and Maddie Wong, those guys that are fishing those big swim baits, the gizzard shad imitators, this afternoon, the last hour or two, the wind's really supposed to pick up. And Carl Jacobson yesterday afternoon really had his opportunities just in the last 2 hours. So I think we'll see that. Hopefully he can do a little better job putting him in the boat. Just really had some misfortune yesterday.
Davey, all of your guys that are throwing big swim baits, guys like Carl, guys like Maddie Wong, have all said they need this wind. They need the low ceilings, the low skies for them to commit to those big baits. This is one of those weird tournaments where really big baits have worked and really small baits. And your usual stuff, these fish are just conditioned on Chickamauga. With that lack of wind tomorrow, and I mean, it is going to be a sheet of glass. What we're seeing Aoki do, it is pretty much going to be bulletproof. They will still commit to that kind of gig.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You know, the last Elite Series event I fished here, similar. It was a different time of year, but the wind and the low ceiling was similar. And the first few days of the event, I caught my fish swimming a big jig. The final day, I could not get a bite, just the brighter skies and the no wind. I mean, those fish changed overnight. And the final day, every fish that I weighed in came on a Cinco. I had not caught a fish. I hadn't even thrown one earlier in that tournament. So I think we'll see something like that. Daisuke has really got a good, you know, a 1-2 punch, fishing shallow and fishing deeper. But him using those more subtle baits, nothing with rattles, nothing with moving a lot of water, nothing with a lot of vibration should really play in his hand. The one thing, though, this afternoon, those guys fishing the big swim baits, they need to make some hay this afternoon. They need to get a lead on Daisuke.
Davey, I heard you guys talking about Daisuke, not in this area, but fishing 4-pound line in that other area. And you made the comment, you fish 6-pound line quite a bit. You are absolutely so. You have never done that in your lifetime.
No, see, I did not say bass fishing. I crappie fish sometimes. I like to catch bluegill. I mean, I do that.
Davey, we had a little bit of a glitch in Jason Christie's bass track, and you kind of you thought Jason Christie was going to be in the driver's seat after watching this flurry that Aoki has gone. He was a little bit, I hate to say this, even though he's been consistent, a lot bit under our radar. Do you now put him in the driver's seat with the conditions going into Sunday?
Yeah, I have to say I do, but you've always got to know Jason Christie when he's got a chance, when he's in hunts, you've got to pay attention to him. And the one thing that really got my attention yesterday, the numbers of keepers he's been able to catch. But man, you know, the more you watch Daisuke and the more you see him doing his finesse techniques, it's going to be very interesting this afternoon and tomorrow, I guarantee you.
All right, Davey, hi. Thank you so much. Davey standing by a little bit later. He and Dave Mercer will be back in the saddle running the show on site, so we look forward to that.
I feel like I painted Davey into a corner right there a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you stole my thunder. I was going to say, yeah, and he swam that jig on 6-pound line, Z, and I was going to throw him under the bus there.
Yeah, you weren't laying in wait for him at all, were you? I tell you what.
I put him on blast. Oh, boy.
Daisuke Aoki just keeps opening up a little bit more and a little bit more space between himself and the rest of the crowd. What will he do next? We'll be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
A little more than halfway through our day here. Very important day. Semifinal Saturday. You got to be on that list right there. The top 10, that's unofficial right there, and that is what's the snapshot of right now. But we got 47 anglers out there in total trying to shoot for that spot. Maybe get a crack at a trophy. Maybe their first ever Bassmaster Elite Series trophy. There's more guys without than ones who have it with in any given tournament. Running down the list there. Congratulations, too, for all these guys who have made the adjustments necessary to deal with maybe not what they expected when they scheduled their accommodations for Lake Chickamauga several months ago.
Yeah, you really looked at that leaderboard with Daisuke Aoki. That is the biggest lead that we have seen in this event since this event started on Thursday. Obviously in the driver's seat, but the really scary proposition, if you look at the guys that are trailing him, Davey Height nailed it. The later part of the day is when they have done major damage, and the way they are fishing, obviously, they are not fishing for numbers here on semifinal Saturday.
Look at the top of that leaderboard, but there's about 18, 20 guys within 6 or 7 pounds of that top 10.
Did you see from 6th to like 11th was 1 pound?
Yeah.
So it's very, very tight there. But yeah,
tight.
you said Z, some of these guys throwing a big swim bait are gonna have to make hay this afternoon. They're gonna have to make hay just to stay within striking range, because if you get too far back here, you can catch a 30-pound bag, but you can also go catch 2 bass as well in your comeback attempt.
And one of our friends of the program, Tommy Sanders, you know this, not to unnecessarily name drop, Mike Golick is watching this.
Oh, yeah?
He said, Matt Robertson, trust me, he is not leading right now, but he is firmly in the driver's seat of this event. Matt Robertson is Mike Golick's guy.
All right. I don't find that surprising. Likes the larger-than-life carrot.
He does. Yeah. He absolutely does.
Like you.
Well, Matt Robertson is a interesting cat.
Who'd you go with, Tommy, yesterday we made our picks?
I thought Caleb Kufall would do well, but he's got some.
Kufall.
He's got a lot to do today, and I don't know. I really thought if he caught a big one yesterday, he would be a big favorite to win, but he did not catch a big one at the end of the day.
Well, we did get a text, and Golick said, nope, this Aoki, look at what he has. He is absolutely he's gonna run away and hide in this tournament. Marathon peak performance, and really it's anchored by those last 2 bites, 10:30, 10:48, doing something totally different than the rest of the field. And you kind of had that vibe a little bit yesterday that, man, this little backup deal probably is going to fizzle out going into the weekend. Absolutely not the case. Marathon peak performance, Daisuke Aoki, as you said, Ron, as far as our Japanese anglers, he is the one to watch, and he has been that all tournament long. Your marathon peak performance, a solid stringer at 16.5 pounds. We have him a little bit better than that.
Yeah,
right now.
it's Daisuke's day. It's not Taku's time, it's Daisuke's day, according to Daisuke. I didn't say it.
I believe you.
I am shocked that he is in Chester Frost by himself. That's the last thing I'll leave with that.
Okay.
Such a prominent area.
The one thing to say, the last time we were on Santee Cooper Lakes, it was kind of a 3 or 4 horse race. Not going to be the case here on FS1 going into Championship Sunday, Lake Chickamauga.
I want to remind you the weigh-in, all-important weigh-in. See who's going to be available for Championship Sunday for our show tomorrow on FS1 starting at 8 a.m. That takes place on Bassmaster.com, 3 p.m. So you might want to dip in, check on that. What a display by Daisuke Aoki, really showing us for the first time in his rookie season the estimable skills that he has.
Be really interesting to see if that little finesse gig that he's been doing down in Chester Frost plays with the weather that's coming. Cold temps overnight, no wind tomorrow will be a much different playing field.
If he was to win this event tomorrow, be his 2nd career win in as many years in the same state, East Tennessee. He's got it done 2 times so far.
Right. Did it up at Lake Douglas, which eventually that water makes it right down here to Chickamauga. Maybe a coincidence, maybe not. Carl Jacobson chasing Daisuke Aoki. Carl Jacobson, what a great story as well. All that we will run down for you tomorrow as well. Meanwhile, enjoy the rest of your sports weekend. Absolutely, including some NASCAR action tonight. It's been a great pleasure to bring you live fishing in the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Choose the line that will give you the strength to guarantee.
I've got one friend. Known as the little ball of hate. But I do think you're the little ball of great.
I appreciate it. At least somebody does.
I do. I really
somebody
do.
does.
Well, I think Kyle Jesse does too. So.
He does.
So
I think he's forced to though. So.
No, he's not. But
Logan is one of these guys. The reason that Mercer calls him the little ball of hate is he hates to lose. And when he doesn't catch them, he gets in a bad mood. So, I mean, I had to beg him to come over here and be here because he didn't catch them here at Chick. You know, and now we've got you on the skin. I get a smile out of you.
I'm smiling. I'm grinning ear to ear. Little ball great this morning.
There you go.
Great mood. Happy to be here.
Let's look at what these guys that did catch them are doing. You know, we got Daisuke Aoki, and he's leading this thing, and he's just still got 4 fish, and he's less than 10 pounds. How easy is that to do?
It's real easy to only catch 4, or 3, or 2, or not get a bite. He's I've watched it a little bit this morning, and he's obviously doing something different than any of the rest of the field is doing. I mean, he's known for his finesse stuff, or super finesse, I think is what they're calling it. So, I mean, I know he's got the 4 and 6, 7 pound line, little swim baits, Nico rig, stuff like that. So, and that's the thing with these fish on this lake is they hadn't seen a lot of that. So, and they've seen a lot of everything else. So I feel like he's got a really good chance to make a run at the tournament tomorrow, because I don't think he's not going to get the bites because he's doing something different that these fish aren't used to seeing.
Exactly. I covered him on day 1 in the little place under the culvert and everything, and there's like 6, 7 boats in there, and they're all beating the bank. And he's beating the bank a little bit too, but he's catching those fish well off the bank.
Correct.
You know, and he's fishing the whole way from dirt to wherever the drop was. We don't turn on our electronics when we're in those places because we don't want to add to the water noise. So I don't know how deep, but I mean, it couldn't have been more than 7, 8, 9, 10. No more than 12 for sure, you know, and so it's not like he's doing a super deep thing, but transitional fish from coming up or coming out or however.
Yeah.
But he was fishing deeper where the other guys were up there and banging around.
I did notice I know he started into that because I turned it on as soon as live come on, and obviously we don't get to see the first hour, but he was in there for a minute when I turned it on, and he got out of there pretty quick, which I know it got beat up pretty bad. He's pulled 40-something pounds out of there, and I think a couple other guys caught a good bag out of there.
20 pounds out of there.
So I mean, and it's not like, I mean, I'm not going to say, a lot of people know where it's at, but it's not a big area. Like it's not big at all.
It's 80 to 120 acres max.
Yeah, the water situation we got, it isn't like there's 1,000 of them just flooding in there, you know, trying to spawn. I mean, in the couple weeks there'll probably be a lot pulling in there, but I think the ones that were there is the ones they caught. Like I said, I don't think they're just flooding in there getting ready to go on the bed. But
I mean, and there will be some
for sure.
interchange of fish there. I mean, Brandon Card was there, and he literally caught one in the culvert.
Really?
You know, he caught a small one in the culvert and a 16-inch.
16-inch one's a big one.
Yeah. Did you see many of them?
Trust me, I didn't see very many of them. I saw a bunch of 14 3/4.
Well, then, you know, right below Daisuke is Carl Jacobson, who has been all over the map. To be honest with you, I mean, he's got 4 fish right now that 16 and a half pounds, and he's still got room to grow with one more, the same way that Daisuke does.
I think in his last catch is 1.5 pounds, so it's just a keeper. So I mean, he really got 3 places to grow, truthfully. And I mean, we all know he's doing what he needs to do to get a big bite. And you know, he really would be blowing the tournament away, truthfully. I mean,
if he would,
you hear those stories like, oh, I lost a good one. Like
I should have won.
That was one of them days like it just couldn't go right.
Yeah, there's not much. You can't point to many things in this world that are lost more than a 3 to 5 pounder in a bass tournament, because everybody lost one.
Yep.
You know, it's just, I have heard that my entire career. Well, I lost 3 5. You know, so did that guy over there, and so did that guy over there. But I mean, it really did hurt watching.
Yeah, it was bad. Like, I mean, and you know, like you just said, everybody's gonna. I lost a 6-7 pounder the first day. As soon as I caught one and then lost one in like 10 minutes. But I mean, you sit there, my marshal was like, "Man, that sucks." I'm like, "Yeah, but I guarantee you, 60 of the people today have lost one too."
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, and it's crazy how 1 missed fish or 2 lost fish determine the outcome of a tournament every single tournament. Like it's
well, and
gonna
then
happen.
You know, it's interesting because here's the way I see this. I see more lost fish in tournaments where there is a wide variety of things going on. If everybody's on the same kind of deal and working it, you don't get, I mean, for some reason you don't see that because it's, I don't know, I guess it's just everybody's figured it out. But here, you look, Daisuke is finesse. I hadn't seen him lose any. Carl's is throwing a big swim bait, glide
Size
bait.
of a tennis shoe.
Yeah, throwing a tennis shoe, high top up in brush piles, and with Matt Robertson's out off on a drop and cranking. Christie's up shallow in dirty water throwing a spinnerbait. Drew Benton is kind of transitional and doing the same shallow around wood cover, but with a drop bait, like I think it's a frightened crawl. Jeff Gustafson, I don't know exactly what he's doing, but I promise you he's got a spinning rod in his head.
I saw him both days, and he's cranking.
Yeah.
But I did see him with a spinning rod throwing a wacky rig around trees and boat docks and stuff. So he's mixing it up pretty good. I mean, we've got an interesting top five, I would say. I mean, they're pretty. I mean, you got, like you said, you got a finesse guy, big bait guy. Robertson's off the bank. Christie's on the bank. Benton's on the bank.
Out 5
and then
little ones.
Gusie's kind of just
In the transition period, Caleb is up
Man,
shallow
is it,
with a
man?
jig. He's always got a jig in his
There's
hand.
no doubt.
I mean, it is. There
got
is a
them
lot.
saying-
There's a lot of interest,
haven't seen
interesting
this
parts
much
of that. Very diverse
on this
group.
type of stuff, and
I
not
just
running
showed
into
you
a
saying.
3-4 pounder. It's kind of worrying me that it might be going away,
Can't
or I
hear
might have
Drew.
caught everything that's on this stuff.
Coleman can. We need some Drew. Yeah. Okay. About time we
Well, this
got
is
an
the second
opportunity this
time,
time.
my second
Come on,
time.
Drew. Start it up
I
again.
motored down in one place and didn't leave until about 10:30, 10:45. You have to fish so slow. You can't cover much water. So or I can't.
Okay. You think the
But I have got more bites
You
today
think
on moving
that,
baits than I had the whole week.
There you go.
Probably a condition thing.
Well, I mean, so you think the slow thing is one, two, or both things. You got Drew Benton from Florida, where slow is the speed, period. And then you got a Florida bass that is in this lake.
Yeah.
It's just, I think a lot of his success is the speed of where he's going. A lot of guys who are didn't fare so well, I saw him frothing the water pretty good.
Right.
So slow is so critical.
Yeah, I mean, it's big. And these Florida fish obviously don't like colder weather. I mean, that's just in their DNA. So, and he knows that, and he knows to slow down. So, I mean, the confidence he has to do that, helps him a lot for that situation for sure. But like he just said, he's caught more on moving baits today than he has all week. But I think that's just conditions, overcast. It is cold, but it's kind of a fishing day besides the air temperature.
Right. So, and the Florida's made a huge impact on this lake.
For sure.
The
Yeah.
fish itself, because this was not a destination lake
No.
20 years ago.
No.
And I remember that. I remember Charlie Reed. I mean, it was a very hard classic that they had here. So, but we're gonna learn more about Chickamauga as the day progresses, and I'm hoping that we get to spend a little bit more time with the little ball of great. And if you'll just stay with us, maybe we'll see some fantastic catches here from some of these other guys real soon. So, oh Lord, welcome back to the mix. I'm here with the little ball of great, Wes Logan. Just learn. I mean, it just the magnitude of things that you hear from these anglers sometimes just, it shakes the ground you walk on. So, I was like, let's talk about Rick Clunn and Jason Christie, which we're going to do that. But then Wes reminds me of how old I am how young he is. Because I've been around for virtually all of Clun's victories, and he wasn't even born. You weren't even born yet. There's fish in this pond older than you.
Yeah, and they're a lot smarter than me, obviously. But yeah, we just said that Clun had won all 4 of his classics before I made my presence on this earth. So.
My gosh, that is unreal to me. I mean, I just don't even. You could have waited and told me that before we were.
It'll just make you work harder at what you're doing.
No, it won't. It just makes my bones hurt. It makes me hurt worse. So, but you have to know. Okay, so I'm gonna say, as one of the things that I worry a lot about in regards to this gentleman right here, Rick Clun, who is the icon of our sport and just an incredible gentleman and just forever. I mean, but you didn't grow up knowing him the way I grew up to know him. What was your first impressions of Rick Clun?
I mean, just the icon of, I wouldn't say, I guess he is an icon, but like just the mold of what a professional bass fisherman is. I mean, you look at Rick Clun. I mean, that's who he is. And I mean, the crazy thing about Rick, I can't really remember the first memory I have of Rick personally. I mean, I know I fished against him my rookie year in 20, but like watching him on camera, dude, he moves around like I do. And I mean, he's 50-something years older than me. And not knocking him, but the fact that he's in that good a shape, because I hurt out here during the day after practice and stuff. Like, I can't imagine at his age, like, what it feels like, and he still just keep grinding. It's just steady grinding. And it's just, I mean, it's just a hats off to him and what kind of guy he is, what kind of work ethic he has. And like you said, he's one of the nicest guys you could ever talk to.
Right.
To be as successful, because, I mean, you could easily be as successful as he's been and be the complete opposite type of person. And, he's not, obviously.
Well, I mean, and he's not only super nice, he's just, at his age, and I'm learning that I can do that as well. He can be brutally honest. I mean, he's not, there's no B.S. there. There's no, hey, I've got to sugarcoat this and
that's right.
Everything's,
And he's earned that right, too.
No, yeah.
For sure.
And he definitely has.
And when he speaks, I mean, everybody needs to listen, because he's not just going to talk just to be talking.
Well, and I've had you younger guys mention to me before what of the honor of being able to fish against Rick Clun, and I know that a lot of guys feel that way. They want to fish against him for as long as he's able to make a cast. But I guess part of that is, and some of that's from like Drew Cook, who's doing well in this tournament. Won the last one. It just hit me in all of that he won 4 classics before you were even.
Well, Drew's
probably
the same age
before
I am.
your parents were even married.
Probably. I think they got married in '87.
Well,
87 or '88, I think.
He would have had 3 by then. So
that's not a bad average.
No.
This tournament does set up perfect for him, though. I mean, it's just like, he's a good all-around fisherman, don't get me wrong, but I mean, it's like a fastball in his wheelhouse, as Zona says.
I would love to see him. I'd love to see him win it. I'd love to see him, but I'd love to see any one of these top 10 win it. That's the issues that I have being a fan of the sport and not just individual anglers.
That's what me and my roommate, I roomed with Justin Atkins, and we were talking about it. It was like, dude, the crazy thing about before every tournament is somebody's life's probably going to change in 4 days. Like, it's just, and we have 9 opportunities at that. So it's just a cool thing to think about, like you were just mentioning.
Well, okay, so you're talking about somebody's life could change.
It could.
So you won.
I did.
How did that change?
Oh, it changed it completely. I mean, from a personal standpoint, yeah, obviously, but I mean, just being able to solidify yourself, like, it kind of gives you like a mental aspect that, I belong here and stuff like that. And from a business standpoint, I mean, you get recognized as an Elite Series champion. I mean, that's always beside your name for the rest of your life, regardless of what happens in the future. And I mean, in the next thing on that next note, like, yeah, I won last year, but look, I'm struggling this year. So I mean, it's always a constant grind. But yeah, it is a true life changing, like, for any of the guys. And it I don't know, it's just crazy that we have an opportunity to do this for a living. Because bass fishing, Seth said it best at the meeting at Night of Champions at the Classic. Dude, this ain't a job. Like, this isn't a real job. It's just crazy. I don't know. Just to think we get to chase some green fish around and people adore to watch us catch them is
right.
I don't know, it's
but
just
here's the thought that just went through my head. 28 years from now, you'll be sitting out here fishing, and some other young guy say,
I hope so.
I wasn't even born when he won his first.
I
tournament.
sure hope so. Yeah, that would be a true blessing to do this for, you know, as long as Clun's done it. So it's just, I don't know. We're going to step our game up if we're going to stay out here, though.
Yeah, well, there is that. So
because these guys, I say it on stage every time, they're the best in the world.
There's no doubt.
They're going to catch them every day.
A good representation of that, because you got Japan and
Australia
and
Rednecks.
Canada and United States, and you've got Northeast, Central, South. So I mean, it is a good. They are the best in the world.
For sure.
And it's just getting much worse.
It's
better.
They're getting better, and it's getting harder every time.
We're fixing to give you some really good guys on the next break with Davey Height, one of the best in the world, and Dave Mercer. Stay tuned.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Yeah, I just caught my third fish. A bit of a squeaker, but she measured, and now I just gotta catch two more, and just made that mountain a little less intimidating. I would love to cull it out, so I don't even have any questionable fish, but TJ as my witness, that thing touched. She touched 3 times. But you know, just picking away. That was the first bite I've had in probably like 2 hours. Getting those shorts, but that's how it goes when you're fishing the bigger bait. You know, you go through these spells where this won't catch much. When I mean much, I mean nothing. But it's part of it. It's part of the game. I mean, you could be fishing traditional stuff right now and not get bit for a couple hours. Like, that's how hard this place is fishing. I don't want these weights to fool you and think that we're absolutely just destroying them here out on Chickamauga. This place is fishing tough. I mean, right now it's snowing. Like, it's legit snow coming down. Like, that ain't rain. That's snow. And you know, this place is tricky, and guys are grinding for them. You know, like, they're not giving it to us easy this week. But the cool thing is there are some giants in here. There's some good fish. And so that opportunity is there. All you got to do is just stay positive and work through it. And that's all you can do. Just keep grinding, man. Just keep your head down and put in the work. So no one says it comes easy. and it definitely doesn't. Well, I mean, right here you just get these perfect opportunities to pick this laydown apart with the creature bait, and flip in a 1/2 ounce Wu tungsten pegged, and just a good old flipping bait, you know. No punch skirt. Something about a punch skirt. I think it's just more natural looking when it doesn't have any other stuff going through. But just trying to make the best out of every situation, every laydown, come up, approach it far out with the glide or the mag draft, and then as I get close enough, pick up the flip stick and flip it a little bit. You never know what that can produce, because a lot of times, you know, you want to have your 1-2 punch, but then having something else in the mix too, just to keep them honest, you know. It's just something that you got to keep going.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage. Where are we? Well, we're in the great state of Tennessee, an incredible state, always represented well in the Bassmaster Elite Series, and one of the lakes it is proudest of is right there, Chickamauga Lake, and an incredible playing field for the fourth stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Big bass, big stage, big dreams, and that is exactly what you find yourself here on this big body of water, full of giant fish, an incredible playing field, Davey Height, and one thing you can count on here every time we come here is big, giant fish. But big changes this week, not just with the weather, but obviously with our leaderboard, a lot going on. Definitely not the Chickamauga tournament that you would expect coming into this event, but guaranteed to catch some big fish here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. And I'm joined by the Bassmaster Classic champion, 2-time Angler of the Year, and Bass Fishing Hall of Famer, Davey Height. What is going to win this tournament?
Well, a lot of changes, like you mentioned, have been here this week. Number one, the first thing you saw when you came into town is how low the water is. The lake level is about 3.5 feet below Summer Pool. Has been lower than that. A few weeks ago, it was higher than Summer Pool. A lot of current now, not so much current. So a lot of changes with the water. But the last few days, the big changes have been with the weather. I mean, we actually saw sleet here a little bit yesterday, a little more today. Changing things up, not as many fish wanting to be shallow, moving in shallow as we anticipated. When you looked at the calendar and you looked at Lake Chickamauga, we're on the Tennessee River, you expected different conditions and a few more big bass, but hey, we've seen some 9 and even a 10-pounder, so it's showing out, no doubt about it.
If you're just joining us for the first time, let's get caught up with our Toyota Midday Report. Much mahalo, Maddie Wong, our Bass Nation National Champion.
Yeah, Maddie Wong, a joy to talk to. Just really excited to be here on the Bassmaster Elites this year from Bass Nation. And catching fish like this absolutely gets everyone excited. Had a slow day one yesterday, the biggest stringer so far of the event, 25 pounds. Caught all of those bigger fish on 2 baits, that soft plastic mag draft type swim bait, and then also an Arashi glide bait like you see right here. Those are the 2 baits, caught 25 pounds. And ironically, the rough day that Carl Jacobson had yesterday helped him rig that Arashi vibe, and Carl had bad luck with it yesterday.
He's a long way from Hawaii. He's from Millville, New Jersey. Bassmaster Classic qualifier, GDP, Greg DePalma.
Yeah, Greg DePalma, one of the anglers, continuing to fish shallow. I talked to him this morning. A little concerned about the numbers. He hasn't been catching a lot of fish, but obviously the right side, very consistent, you know, less than 20 pounds either day, but, you know, 16, 17 pounds a day gets him here. Mixing it up a little bit today, you see him using some soft plastics, a little bit of jigs, and also a flat-sided crankbait.
Hoping that Greg DePalma stays in the top 10, but we wouldn't be complete with a midday report without one of the most feared names in professional bass fishing.
Yeah,
your reigning classic champion, Jason Christie.
Absolutely, Jason Christie. These conditions kind of suit him. Vibrating jigs, spinnerbait. using a regular jig some also. Good solid fish here for Jason Christie. One of the few anglers that says, yeah, I've been catching 20 to 25 keepers a day. So you always got to watch out when Jason Christie tells you he's catching that many fish. Currently, unofficially in 6th place. A lot of credit due to that one fish, one more like that, and we see him right there, within ounces of the lead. But Jason Christie, one of the few anglers been fishing shallow and not around any other boats. He's got a big area all to himself.
Let's check in with a man that does his talking on the scales, Caleb Kufal.
Dude,
it's just really been interesting watching Caleb at the Santee Cooper Lakes, and also here, not using forward-facing sonar, not even using a spot lock. He doesn't even have a trolling motor with spot lock on it. And probably the only angler on Bassmaster Elites that is doing that. But as you've talked, you had him on your podcast. He does what he does, and he's done quite well at it. He won his first Elite Series event last year, and this year coming off a 2nd place, very close to winning at Santee Cooper, and also having a great tournament here this week.
And the reason he does that is he told me, I've tried to match the mold. Listen to the dock talk. When you come here, this is how you're supposed to fish. And he said, when I do best is when I fish the way I'm used to fish. But do not, I repeat, do not ask me to dance. Has never danced in his entire life. And it is my goal to make him dance at some point. On the boat, on the stage, he will be dancing.
That would be absolutely incredible. It's hard to imagine he's never danced. Not even in kindergarten or anything. He never played any of those little kindergarten games or anything where you had to dance.
Not only has he not done that, Davey, he told me he doesn't plan on dancing. He says a life without dancing is okay, but
how does he know that if he's never done it? That's the big question.
Exactly.
Kufal using a jig primarily here this week, just like at the last tournament at Santee Cooper. Fishing around boat docks. One of the few anglers we've seen. We saw Matt Herring fishing some boat docks yesterday. Much slower day yesterday for Matt than day one. Really thought we might see more of Matt Herring here. This really kind of set up to be his deal, but a few lost fish I think really hurt him a little bit yesterday. Caleb Kufal been able to put him in the boat.
A man more slick than an ugly stick. Matt Robertson.
See Matt Robertson here fishing offshore, fishing the main river.
That's a good one.
Using a 3/4 ounce lipless vibrating crankbait quite a bit.
No, stop that.
One of the few anglers that we've seen fishing out on the main river exclusively. He's not just fishing shallow early and then moving out or vice versa. He's been concentrating on the main river. What I've heard from him all week this week is I'm going to do what I like to do. I'm familiar with the Tennessee River. I'm going to do what I like to do, and it's either going to work or it's not going to work. I'm not going to get caught up in all these other, dock talk and that sort of thing. So it's worked out really good for him. Been able to catch his limit on this lipless bait. And then 2 key fish yesterday, one on day one, on a big swim bait fishing shallower.
Matt Robertson quickly becoming the Happy Gilmore of our sport. And don't you like your home? Get in your home. But this is a guy who came in here needing the top 10 so badly, Davey Height, that Brock Mosley has worn a shirt all week that says, I need a top 10.
The shirt's working for him. I think if you're going to get a shirt made, you might as well say, I need a win. Brock Mosley has been bridesmaid 4 times on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but I guess to have a win, you have to be top 10, so I guess that one shirt covers them all. But Brock Mosley, it seems like every time that a vibrating jig is in play, he is in the hunt to get that win. Currently unofficially in 2nd place. Brock Mosley fishing shallow. The big concern, here we go, I need a top 10. Currently in 2nd place, he's getting that done. The big concern for me watching Brock Mosley, where he's fishing, a lot of pressure in that area, other anglers, and he's spent, this 2.5 going on, the 3 days, it'll really wear on an area. If it's replenishing, if more fish are coming in, that's great, but I'm sure there are a few fish coming in, but not as much as we would normally see had we had a little warmer weather. Tough loss there for Brock Mosley. It's like a spinnerbait. These fish few are still moving up, but the cold weather, the low water is keeping a lot of these fish offshore out there a little bit deeper, where you see Matt Robertson spending a lot of his time.
I spoke with a local pro, Tim Little from Tactical Bassin, and I mean, Matt Allen, Tim Little, they're very dialed on this bite, and you know, they said, we just hit this so raw, like literally we are days away from it. I mean, as soon as it gets right, you know, as soon as that water gets right, they're going to charge up, and it's just a weird window that we've hit this body of water, and a few anglers said on stage, I mean, there's like 2 weeks a year that this becomes incredibly tough, and guess what? We're right on them.
Oh boy. Yeah, the water level certainly holds these fish back, but we were unfortunate with the weather also, you know, with the cold temperatures the last few days. But hey, the Bassmaster Elite's good solid fish there for Brock Mosley. The Bassmaster Elite's, you know, with the full season starting in early February and going all the way till August, you're not going to hit them all perfect, and the weather just not real kind to us here this week.
Well, we can't have a midday report without catching up with our current unofficial leader. Daisuke Aoki went out in second this morning, looking like our unofficial leader right now, Davey Height.
Yeah, Daisuke has really been doing well, obviously, the unofficial leader, but he's been fishing, one of the few anglers has been fishing shallow and offshore quite a bit. He's had a game plan, finesse fishing shallow around other anglers early in the day. And I was really concerned until I saw this picture of him yesterday, moving from the shallow water area offshore, not fishing deep, very familiar with where he's at right there. He is offshore, but still fishing shallow, 5 feet and less. Mixing it up, using a lot of soft plastics. And just out fishing the anglers around him. Just have to give him credit for that. No secret place that he's got. He's not like Jason Christie, you know, having a big area all to himself. He's been doing a real good job of finesse fishing with soft plastics, whether you're using 4-pound test line or 16-pound test line. Doing that with the winds that we've had the last few days and we're supposed to have this afternoon, very, very impressive. Very difficult to do. It's easy to fish those soft plastic, very lightweight or even weightless baits, like a wacky rig Cinco, that sort of thing. Difficult to do that with 20-mile-an-hour winds, and don't have them so far today, but they are forecast.
Well, that wind has helped the anglers with the big bites. It's not supposed to be here tomorrow. You would imagine Daisuke's going to make it, and you would imagine that will help him even more tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow it'll be very interesting to watch. I think Daisuke will certainly make it. He's in great shape right now, currently unofficially, with almost 57 pounds. But with the changing weather, he's not one of the ones throwing the big swim baits and spinner baits and the big vibrating jigs. Those are the guys that I would think are probably going to have to make some adjustments after the sun gets up tomorrow morning. But you see Daisuke here catching great quality fish in decent numbers, both shallow in the shallow water pockets and also offshore. Not fishing deep, though. I don't think we've seen, I heard Zona mention this earlier, I don't think we've seen an angler catch a fish over 7 feet deep here this week on live.
Wow, that's true.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's really
Why
incredible.
do you think that is?
Well, number one, these fish want to be shallow at that time of year. But water clarity is another thing, the wind conditions. But still on Chickamauga, you would think maybe there would be one person out fishing the main river ledge, fishing that, 12 to 20 feet of water. But these fish they're really ready to move up, and they're just that close to being there.
Well, let's look at the action off the water as of this morning, but let's have a look at our updated leaderboard as of now on day 3, semifinal Saturday here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And as you can see, Daisuke Aoki up in the lead, and Brock Mosley, a 4-time Elite Series bridesmaid, sitting in second place right now. And I don't know if I have the heart to see Brock Mosley get so close again.
Yeah, he's got that shirt saying, I want a top 10. We all want to see Brock Mosley hold a blue trophy over his head. To be that close that many times without a win, it's so unfortunate.
You see right there, Caleb Kufal and Pat Schlopper trying to make back-to-back 10 cuts, but we are looking right now at the almighty Rick Clunn. I mean, what he's doing, Davey Height, and I don't mean technique-wise, I mean what he is doing in this sport. At his age to compete, he is doing what nobody in any other sport is doing or has ever done. It's truly amazing. 75 years old and competing here. I mean, he's the Elton John of fishing, really. And what I mean by that is his career has been 5 decades, basically.
Yeah, it's really incredible. before I ever, when I was 12 or 13 years old, Rick Clunn was, winning Bassmaster Classics. And I'm no young lad anymore myself, but just really, really incredible to see his longevity in the sport.
Did you ever think you would hear a Rick Clunn and Elton John analogy?
No, that is a first. Talked about pressure on areas where Rick Clunn is fishing. There's other anglers there, and you just have to understand with the limited amount of cover that's in the water, and everything is visible because half or 3/4 of it is sticking out of the water. Will these fish, keep replenishing themselves? And it doesn't really look like it so far today. But we saw some afternoon flurries, and Rick Clunn yesterday caught 2 really good fish late in the day. So certainly don't count anyone out here, because when you catch a 7 and a 9 or a 5 and a 8, I mean, you can make big changes in just a matter of a couple minutes.
I don't want to jinx it, but it does kind of feel like the sun is trying to peek out now.
It is.
What's that going to do, Dave?
So I think this afternoon that sun is supposed to come out a little bit, and the wind blow. If the sun comes out and the wind doesn't blow, it's going to not be as good this afternoon, in my opinion. But if that wind picks up like the forecast is saying, I think we'll see some big catches again this afternoon. Tomorrow is going to be the big change, because light winds and bright skies, very different than what we've had recently.
Take a run up this incredible playing field and join Caleb Kufal, who's not just a 2-time Bassmaster winner, but trying to make back-to-back 10 cuts on the Bassmaster Elite Series. 103 pounds and 1 ounce at Santee Cooper Lakes.
Wow.
Get in a boat, buddy. A 3-pounder, maybe. Boy, he choked that one too. He's probably a high 2.
Looks about like a 3-pounder there to me. Maybe a high 2, but I'd say it's a 3-pounder. He's seen so many big fish come in his boat the last 2 events.
From last event's bridesmaid over to last event's champion, Drew Cook, trying to go back-to-back in the top 10. And obviously, why not just go back-to-back for wins? He liked that. He said it was fun.
We have had a bite in here.
Good solid fish here for Drew. You know, it's cliche to say, hey, once I won that first blue trophy, I want to win my second one, but he's really focused this week, and he certainly means that.
Now hopped it up, and then he ate it. I mean, they're not eating it on the initial fall. Only a 2.5 pounder, but we will take him right now. Look at how fast.
Drew Cook say that fish not biting on the initial fall. That's just probably a product of the cold front that we've had here the last few days.
Decent one. Matt Robertson hooked up.
Come on. No. God, we need you. Come here. Yeah, we'll take it, baby. Well,
We grinded us 5, baby. That is 5, right? Oh. Yeah. Grinder, baby. Grinder.
Another good one there for Matt Robertson on a 3/4 ounce lipless, fishing out on the main river itself.
Happy learned how to pot. He's back in contention here. Matt Robertson filled out his limit and moves into 3rd place. Brock Mosley in 2nd. Daisuke Aoki trying to chase down his first Elite Series win just a year after his first Bassmaster Open win. Stop number 4 of 2022. The guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite at legendary Chickamauga Lake.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Welcome back. On location coverage here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga, and an incredible tournament. It has been a very different tournament than you may have imagined when the schedule was released. But nonetheless, we've whittled our field down to 47 anglers, and after today, the top 10 move on to Championship Sunday. Atop that top 10 right now, Daisuke Aoki, trying to become a 2-time Bassmaster winner and get his first title on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But he's guy right behind him desperately wants it too. Brock Mosley has been so close, 4-time bridesmaid, and look out for Happy Gilmore. But the only thing that can keep Matt Robertson out of the top 10 is I think if some guy shows up with a vehicle and starts yelling at him. If you watch the movie, you understand. I shoot her. See you at the Sizzler. Now over to Daisuke Aoki.
You can see it's lightening up, and he's hooked up.
Oh, big side. Nice side. Come on. Okay. Change. Shallow side. Moving. Yeah, windy.
Smallest fish is 2-2. I think that'll help him a little bit. Definitely will help.
From your unofficial leader, Daisuke Aoki, over to a 2nd place finisher in our last event, 2-time Bassmaster winner, Caleb Kufal. I didn't think that you were hooked up right now.
Get out of there, buddy.
Boy, it looks like a... Had him over that dock rail there, but it's still a good one. Good
Boy, it was
fish
hung up
there.
for a while. Woo! It's a good one.
Solid fish there. This is when I was fishing, and oh, by the way, it's snowing again as the sun's coming out here. Looking in the background.
3.5.
I was fishing Elites. You have a bad tournament. Everybody has bad tournaments. You're driving home. You're listening to Bassmaster Live, and you see a guy that's just fishing boat docks with a jig. And you did everything under the sun, but just something as simple as fishing a boat dock with a jig. It can be so frustrating. So frustrating. I mean, he's been solid all week. No giants, but a lot of 3 and 4 pounders.
Yeah, it's a bad day to be Matt Herron's dashboard.
And, you know, he caught him day one.
Yeah,
I'm speaking more of the guys that never even tried that all week. You know, ran out 100 gallons of fuel trying everything, but something like fishing boat docks.
Over to Daisuke Aoki, and you can see, as you said, Davey Hike, the skies are brightening up, and the wind looks even a little better there, but it does feel like it's building here.
It does. Sure does. And I think you're right. I think it is building a little there, too. It looks a little different than it did, not only brightening up, but the ripples on the water. Now, he is offshore, and we've talked about that. He's been fishing shallow in pockets, backwater areas, but he's been moving offshore. But it's not deep where he's fishing. I'm very familiar with that hump, and everyone that fishes Lake Chickamauga very much is also. And it's not very deep where he's fishing, although he is offshore. Matt Robertson, same deal. He's a half mile offshore, but it's not very deep. They're not fishing the edge of the main river channel. They're fishing the shallower humps that are a little farther off the river itself.
We were wondering whether the wind was picking up, and we just had a giant gust of wind roll through here, so I can officially let you know that the wind is definitely picking up.
Yeah, the forecast I saw this morning was 25 miles an hour at 3 o'clock today, and it's starting to happen.
$4 right now. Aoki, Robertson, Mosley, and Kufal. I did not think you were allowed to live in Wisconsin if you didn't like football, but he clearly proves that you can.
It's a big testament to the fishing line, too. Using a 24-pound Vicious Tora. It's a new line. Stuff's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
24-pound test. I'm more impressed with catching them on 4-pound tests. That's what I like to do.
They just kind of revamped the series of the Legend tournaments, and this is a 7-1 medium heavy action. And I caught every rod caught every fish at Santee on this rod except for my spinnerbait fish. All my jig fish were caught on this rod. So it's gotten double duty the last couple weeks. But it's been awesome. It's got just the right action, just the right bend. Jack those fish up, get them in the boat. Haven't lost that many fish the last couple weeks on this setup, fishing a jig, usually high percentage that you get those fish in. But paired with this rod, can't get much better.
Three hours away from our weigh-in, and this is going to be a critical 3 hours. As we've talked about all day, what you're seeing develop right in front of Daisuke Aoki, that's exactly what the guys that are trying to chase him down want to see.
Yes. And I really think, we saw Carl Jacobson catch a 6 and a 7-pounder this morning. But this afternoon is going to be so crucial for the anglers that are in the top 10, because I really think Daisuke him using the soft plastic jerk baits and finesse fishing like he is, he's going to catch fish again tomorrow. Probably just as, maybe as well as he has the previous 3 days. But some of those other guys, it could be a struggle for them tomorrow. They don't need him to be in first place. They need to get a little lead on him, I think, to have a better chance.
No matter how this works out, one thing, how international has the Elite Series gotten the last few years?
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what I mean? You look at all the victories. From the Canadian guys, from Carl Jacobson, from Japanese. It is amazing. Bass fishing, truly an international sport. And
Yes.
It's cool to see that many people from other countries chasing the dream. That a lot of, let's be honest, a lot of those anglers from those countries in the past just thought it was unrealistic.
Yes. That's just one of the cool things about our sport. Golf, very similar in some ways to our sport, and then other ways not so much. But you see a lot of different, international golfers, and it's hard work and dedication and just a passion for the sport itself. And you don't have to be from any particular country to have those things that are so crucial to being successful in fishing. This tournament fishing is a lot of homework, a lot of research, and a lot of hard work on the water.
Let's head over to a newlywed. Just got married during our break. Let's join Drew Benton. Had a top 10 in our last event at Santee Cooper Lakes. Went and got married, and right back in here trying to get in the top 10 again this week. Currently in 9th.
I can get rid of one of them little ones.
Pretty good break after this event. Before the next one, it'd be a good time to go on a honeymoon, I guess, for Drew and his wife. And
yeah.
I guess a top 10 finish could really kind of enhance where you spend your honeymoon.
Huh?
What are you going to do on the break?
Go fishing.
Oh.
Let's see which one it is.
That's love right there.
I think it's...
How about you?
I think it's between 2
I'm probably going to go fishing too, David, if you're honest.
Make a few shows?
Yeah. The sun is definitely starting to come out here. Skies are breaking.
Fish are biting.
That's right. That's right. And incredible. It's exactly the way the weather forecasted. And you know what? From that high view, it doesn't look as blustery as it is, but very blustery here. But the skies are breaking and the fish are biting. It's going to get better and better with every minute.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Welcome back to Dayton, Tennessee. Our host community, Fish Dayton, does a great job promoting this incredible fishery. And you have a look right there at our updated leaderboard. Still atop the leaderboard, Daisuke Aoki. Matt Robertson has slipped down to 4th, and Caleb Kupol moves into 3rd place. A lot of changing going to happen on that leaderboard, Davey Hyde. Which one of those guys you think is going to sneak into the top 3 before the day's done?
I really think Carl Jacobson is going to have a chance to sneak into the top 3. I think he will get a big bite or two as his wind builds this afternoon. Whether he can put those fish in the boat like he did on day 1 or not so much like on day 2, who knows? Just had some tough breaks there yesterday, but you can't forget about Jason Christie there. He's kind of fallen out of that top 2 or 3 like he was earlier, but he's still right there close enough. And you have to understand he is one of the very few anglers that seems to be fishing a big area all by himself.
Out on the water live right now, 4-box, Aoki, Robertson, Mosley, and Wong. You look at that right there. So many different routes to make it here. You've got, in the bottom corner, you've got your Bass Nation national champion. Above them, you've got Brock Mosley, who came from the collegiate program at one point. Daisuke Aoki, who made it through the Opens. And then you got Matt Robertson, who qualified for his first classic from the weekend series.
Wow. That really is incredible.
Big bass, big stage, big dreams. And there's a lot of different avenues to get here.
Get to that big stage. You're exactly right. Really impressed that Brock Mosley has been able to catch him again today so well and move up. You can see he's fishing extremely shallow and he's fishing around other anglers. It's really incredible that any fish have moved. You know, more fish have obviously moved up in there. Not a lot, but a few fish have certainly moved in there.
Well, any of these guys, there's not going to be a crowd going out tomorrow. They can just walk right in that door.
The other
with
thing,
a big bite to get inside the top 10.
The other thing, though, is 70 degrees and bright sunny skies, a lot more local pressure on these areas. Only 10 anglers in our event.
Riddle me this. Obviously been unseasonably cold here. I mean, everybody's talked about that. But with it supposedly being much nicer tomorrow, there's a lot of recreational anglers that aren't on the water today just because it is so miserable. Tomorrow could be a lot more out there, couldn't they?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Tomorrow it'll be a lot more just weekend traffic on those 70-degree days. And that'll affect things some, but to be honest with you, it could be tougher to catch keepers tomorrow than it has been the last few days. These fish, from my history on the Tennessee River and some other places also, these nasty days, we like to call them, the last few days can be your best fishing days this time of the year.
Yeah, a lot of my teachers wrote on my report card, Dave needs to pay more attention in class, and once again, they proved right.
Let's just crank up Milo right over there. Nobody just want to lay down.
Maddie Wong yesterday after he weighed in, obviously he's always positive, but very positive when he weighs in 25 pounds. Said, I'm going to keep that glide bait, that big swim bait in my hand all day long. I'm going to go for broke. And let me tell you, Dave, I think you've heard me say this before. I did that a lot in my career. When you say you're going for broke, most of the time you end up broke. Put one big bait, one big rod in your hand all day. There's some days it works out, but
you better be quiet. Chris Zaldane's going to show up here and kick you in the mouth. The best line of the weigh-in yesterday, speaking of, it's easy to be positive when you weigh in 25 pounds. Rick Clunn talked about how he injured his back 2 years ago, and he's been dealing with a bad back. And he said, the amazing thing is when you catch big bass, your back doesn't hurt anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether you're 25 or 75, it's a great healer.
Ooh, not wrong. Somewhere. It's been open a while.
Lunchtime for Brock Mosley, and it's almost lunchtime for us, Davey, so I'm getting excited about that.
That's that last 2 hours of fishing, little spark you need right there. A candy bar and a Mountain Dew. That gives you that last little burst of energy that you need on day 3.
Every machine needs fuel, Davey.
Yes.
And you're clearly seeing what Brock Mosley's machine is fueled by.
Dude, talk about a light switch. When it decides to get cold, it goes like, that's instant. Instant. Oh, man.
Matt Robertson hasn't slipped much. He was our day 2 leader, only by 1 ounce. He's not down unofficially to 4th place, but I'm surprised we haven't seen him go to his bigger swim bait later in the day like he has the previous 2 days. He's got a solid limit. It took him a while. Oh, he is throwing that now. It took him a little longer to get that limit, but now he is, I didn't notice, he is throwing that bigger swim bait now.
Maddie Wong has lived and died by that big bite bait. And I don't think unlike Brock Mosley, I don't think he eats. I think he is fueled by the sun and positivity. He just opens his arms up and no need to eat. I am Maddie Wong. I am a ray of sunshine.
You can look at Maddie's.
Much mahalo.
Maddie's physique and mine, and you can tell I'm fueled by more than sunshine. Cheeseburgers and hot dogs kind of work out pretty good for me.
His hobbies include surfing and hang gliding. Not something you often see on the Elite Series resume. What do you think Daisuke Aoki's hobbies are?
Fishing.
Yeah.
He just seems that serious to me. I bet he just does a lot of fishing. All the titles that he has, the victories that he has gotten.
Cut away from Mosley, and just like always happens, as soon as we leave him, some magic happens. Let's have a look right now at Brock Mosley moments ago.
There's one. Oh my God. Stay hooked up. Get in the boat,
right
baby.
in the boat.
Yes. You see where that one hit it? Way out here. That's a 3-pounder, baby.
Right at the boat.
Yes. Thank you, Lord. What a chunk. And held it.
Smallest fish is
Yeah,
about
fat.
1 pound, so that's going to either put him in the lead or very, very close to it.
What a pretty fish. Praise bomb.
As thick as that fish is, it's gonna be over 3. He mentioned that fish when we could see it was out close to the boat when it hit. That's a bonus when you're throwing at these visual targets.
Look at this cool.
That's why it's so important to fuel up, like you saw moments ago.
Yes, he probably would not have caught that fish had he not drinking Mountain Dew.
Thanks, buddy. You were a confidence booster. Look at that. Look at her gut. What a pretty fish. All right. We're getting there. Wow. We're still in this thing. Unless old Matt Robertson catches old sack. He's due. I mean, his wrestling record is got to give him some good karma for bass fishing. I think he's 1-11.
Matt Robertson, 1-11, talking about his wrestling record. And I ask you this, Davey Hyde, if Matt Robertson is the Happy Gilmore of our sport, who's Shooter McGavin?
I have no idea. I didn't watch that movie. I saw a little
You have not
bits.
watched that movie. Are you kidding me?
I've never seen the whole. I've seen little bits and pieces
so
of it.
much respect for you right
I spend
now.
all my time fishing or hunting, but most of it fishing, not watching movies. Hey, I will say this: 2.5 hours left to fish for some of these anglers, 3 for the others. We're going to see a mix up there in the top 10 this afternoon.
We will see it all break down this afternoon. Big bites have dominated this tournament, and it's all going to go down this afternoon. They're weighing 3 o'clock. We'll be weighing them in, and we will whittle our 47 down to the top 10. Only the top 10 make it into Championship Sunday for the 4th Championship Sunday of 2022. The guaranteed rate, a Bassmaster Elite on this incredible fishery, Chickamauga Lake. Don't you like your home? Go into your home happy. Tap, tap-a-roo. Tap, tap-a-roo. Tap, tap-a-roo.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Well, here we go. Not a whole lot of time left. We're about in the 4th quarter of today's game. If you want to look at it that way, weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock local time. Daisuke Aoki on top. Round, say 11 o'clock, he had built up a really strong lead, but the likes of Brock Mosley, Caleb Kufall, Matt Robertson, and all the rest of them have closed that gap. So, I don't know. They probably need to close it more, Davey Hyde said. I think he may be right about that. We got a little more time. Glad you're with us for this live coverage of semifinal Saturday on Lake Chickamauga. Tommy Sanders, Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. And guys, what do you think? Is it going to be a surge this afternoon, or is the weather change already starting to mess with that?
No, absolutely. I think you're going to see exactly what we got to see here yesterday and the day before. And really, if you looked at, and this is cool for all of us in studio and the viewers at home, really the top 7 guys right now in our unofficial leaderboard doing 7 totally different things. Now, they might be in the same region of the lake, but really 7 different techniques.
Good point.
And if it goes to exactly what we got to see yesterday, a lot of your swim baiters later in the day is when those fish, that little window for the big swim baits opened up. But I think that's going to be a cool dynamic, obviously, going in to Championship Sunday. Which one of those techniques is going to prevail with the changing conditions? Probably a condition tomorrow that we have not seen, we have not seen throughout this event.
It's been predominantly slow in the mornings. You mentioned that afternoon portion's key, but the mornings have been slow, and Daisuke Aoki, having those 2 good fish this morning, jumped out to that big lead. We go to that midday break, and there was only 1 angler within 7 pounds of him. Now, the top 6 all there, they've kind of all gotten to their baseline weight. We will see who makes those key calls, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from Brock Mosley over this last hour and a half in his area.
Definitely, and by far the most consistent in that area of the lake. But we're going to take a look at our leader right now, Daisuke Aoki. And really that little hidey hole that he started out on days 1 and 2, where he did a lot of damage, kind of tapered off. We thought it might. But this area down by Chester Frost, got a little information from Ronnie Moore and one of the locals that guides here. Little shell spot, little shell bar inside this creek. It's got a little scruff grass, black grass in there. Finesse fishing 101 with him here today, and it has been a little bit of a beatdown in one of the most pressured areas of Lake Chickamauga so far today. And the great thing really to see about this spot, we only saw one solid one caught here yesterday by Daisuke Aoki. Not the case here today. All quality in his live well.
And what's a good thing for him is normally on the weekends, an area like this gets more crowded, but with losing half of the field of competition, he is alone, and that has been very important for him, having less pressure in that Chester Frost region.
And you say to yourself, what is going on? Because it'll kind of die off, and then all of a sudden, boom, another quality fish from Daisuke Aoki.
Yeah, and we will get more, Tommy, into his bait, and especially that head style and weight, because that has been the key. I think a lot of anglers were deterred. They were deterred in practice and have not given this area the run that it probably deserves.
Well, Daisuke Aoki, if you're just picking up with us, a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, has not had an easy time of it so far this year, but man, oh man, he's put on a show so far.
And one thing to kind of point out about the fish, I've been really looking at the ones that he's been putting in the boat. A lot of folks thought that with this colder weather, some of these, call it mid-depth, shallow to mid-depth offshore areas, and that's relative, but a lot of what he's put in the boat, pre-spawn fish where you kind of feel maybe this cold weather has push them out to him.
And what is great is that he is fishing a little offshore, but he's not fishing super deep. He's still fishing very shallow for the most part for being out in the creek channel, but he's not on the main river. So if they did, let's just say, the weather changed tomorrow and they pushed up shallower or deeper, he is right near both water levels for that.
Tommy, a little timeout while he's running. Big shout out to our team, a team you met the last time we were at Eufaula, the Warrior team.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bam Bam, Big Boss Man, JoJo D, giving us a shout out, everybody. But before this tournament began, guys, Carl Jacobson, you've got a Jason Christie for AFCO and Yamaha, cleaning up the shores of Lake Chickamauga before this event, as the Warrior team is actually putting in fish habitat today. Want to give them a big shout out, all about conservation.
Did you hear? 13,000 pounds of garbage that was removed.
Wow.
On the day off.
They're putting in actually 13,000 pounds of brush piles.
Yes, that's
good
good
today,
that's
which is
good.
great.
Yeah.
That's great.
Making a better world for everybody.
Yeah. We look forward to Eufaula elite events in the future, if that's the case.
They're not big on telling anybody where they're putting the fish habitat.
Well, if they put enough of it, they'll find it.
It will be 13,000 pounds, I promise.
I thought when we were at Eufaula, there's an actual map of Eufaula brush piles.
Yes.
That you can get.
Yes. You know what's weird about this tournament, being dead serious, and I've seen a little bit with Aoki, that this is no joke. This is one of the first tournaments we've covered in a long time. Little bit of it at Santee Cooper Lakes. It's nice to, and we love technology. Tommy, I know you do.
Oh boy.
This is a nice tournament to cover where somebody's not glued to their depth finder staring at front-facing sonar. It is.
Absolutely. Maddie Wong made a great point. You know, don't miss the part of the experience that you gain out here. You know,
I think
looking down at your feet.
I think by looking at some names, probably some of your front-facing sonar guys are watching live today.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's also maybe why the way the season's gone, the first 4 events, that we've seen a little bit of a Rick Clunn come back. Some, you know, Mark Menendez is having a good week this week, made the cut.
It's a good time for everything, you know.
But you'd be amazed at some of the old school anglers who have really taken. Maddie Wong said, if you want to learn a big swim bait, bring 2 rods with your swim baits and just go fishing for it. There have been some old school anglers who have just gone out with baits specifically for forward-facing sonar to learn that. You have to learn that.
Or you're going to get routed
in the face.
Do you remember that group that we met down there?
Yeah.
The Warrior team?
Yeah.
I mean, they plant some brush now.
Yeah.
Every single weekend of the year. Ain't no time to rest now.
No.
Ain't no time. We never stop.
And picking up that trash this week.
Yep.
That is fantastic.
Never ends.
Oh, no.
Never ends.
I was hoping maybe it did.
Nope, it doesn't, Tommy. While we have a little break in the action, Tommy, your first day pick of the Masters, Cam Smith, was pretty impressive. I noticed a little bit of you being the fantasy guru lately. There was a little bit of a slip yesterday in his game.
I think the slip happened on the first day when he double bogeyed that last hole. You could tell he was like, oh man, you know, he'd been in the zone, like
absolutely.
You know, you got to be to do that well, and you could tell he was out of it, and he was a little bit rattled, and his putting hasn't been the same since. The putting is
new day today, friends.
That's right.
Friends.
The most important distance in golf is the 6
And
inches between your ears.
We got to start getting.
Your boy had a good day yesterday.
He did. Justin
Best
Thomas,
round.
Best round yesterday. Big day. He was not happy with his day 1 performance.
Did you called him?
I don't know anything about golf. I don't.
But you're a good motivator, though, so I figured you would have teed him up.
Good at miniature golf is my game.
He's got the palindrome score there just in time, a 76 and then a 67.
Yes.
Big difference.
Gonna have to start teeing up the Masters music for you, Tommy. We're coming in
that's
big day tomorrow.
That's for tomorrow.
That's right.
That's right.
And Tom, our guys, your pick and my pick are heading out basically
tied,
back-to-back groups. You know, like there'll be a hole in front or behind each other.
There is so much more golf to be played. As I told you yesterday, remember Jordan Spieth making an 8 at the par 3 12th hole.
That's right.
While he's leading the golf tournament. So
I'm big into that Phil Mickelson. I mean, it's almost like weird parallel of what's gone on in the fishing world the last 3 years. Right. And you see where his career's gone.
Whoa. This was a nice conversation.
It is. I was just being honest. You know what I mean?
No, I saw a comment from. He said he had to step back and take a very serious re-examination of his life. That's a direct quote.
But he did not decide that himself. He was told he needed to. He didn't decide that on his own.
Take a little time out.
Yeah.
Right.
Told by his PR guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what he needed to do.
Hey, I'm gonna need you to.
Oh.
There it is. It's always been there.
Just something to whet the appetite. A little palate cleanser right
Feel
there.
it?
Just
Feel the energy?
Get you in tune with all the surroundings, all these familiar places, and the familiar faces. Gather yearly at this time to contest perhaps the most vaunted trophy in the sport.
I remember
Bassmaster Elite Series. Stop number 4.
I remember Jerry McInnes looking at you and I at that event going, what are you doing? I don't get it.
Get the shtick. I don't get it.
That's right. Whew. Yes. Only a human being I've ever known, Jerry McInnes, that knows less about PGA and golf than I do.
Spent some time on a driving range with him at Disney World.
You
one
did
time.
not.
I did. I swear to God I did. Yes.
And he knew less about fantasy than anybody.
Aoki's still on top and getting closer. We'll be back.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Day 3 and getting towards the final hours of fishing here. We are in the final hours of fishing, to be sure, at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Chickamauga Lake. And a fascinating tournament.
They went fast today.
Oh, yeah,
Did it
man.
not?
It has zipped by.
That's what happens when they catch them.
Absolutely.
They've been catching them. Best in the business, dealing with some atypical conditions for this time of year and getting it done. Absolutely. We may be headed toward a 20-pound average to win this.
Absolutely. And one of the things we talked about during our commercial break, you always kind of, this time of the tournament, this time of the day, start talking about who is your guy going this Sunday. And I made that phrase that it just feels like one of those tournaments, that biggest bag on Championship Sunday is going to win this thing, going to get on the water right now. Maddie Wong live. Started off fast and slowly tapered down.
Still 2 fish to a limit from Maddie.
It is.
Oh, that was cool. Where did my mag draft go? I can't. Oh, I found it. That was so sick. Dude, that was so sick. Oh yeah, you're for sure. Dude, that was textbook right there. Choked it. Oh. Folks at home. Choked it. Oh my goodness. That's number 4. Come on, I don't want to. Whew. Oh
Happy
boy.
Maddie Wong right there. That's keeper number 4, Tom?
4. I was thinking to myself, man, it'd be really nice to catch a fish right here.
What I was going to say is this is one of those strange swim
fish gods
bait
hurt me.
dominated events.
I want to make sure that I take good care
I'm
of
not
her.
having a Steve Kennedy or a Chris Zaldanger's one.
It was like a magic trick. It's like, let me make this mag draft disappear. Chunky. Chunk. 2 1/4? 2 1/2 maybe? Oh. One more. Man. That was
Look at
awesome.
some of the guys in the bottom 10. Brian New, Keith Combs.
Did you get that?
Justin
Did you
Atkins,
see
Ray
that?
Hanselman, Brian Schmidt, Micah Frazier.
No.
Brian Schmidt was like going to be.
Yeah.
No.
He was a pick.
Ran roughshod over everybody here.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. This was first thing this morning. That's what we opened our show with this morning. Maddie Wong starting the day in 8th place in the top 10, having come up from 60th place, right?
64th into 8th.
64th to 8th on day.
Right.
So,
day
Ron,
2.
you were able to talk to Maddie.
Right there, baby.
We tried. Question for
The weather.
you. Rough day 1. Day 2
That's the
hero.
one that I missed
Why
yesterday.
say you?
Well, he had a pattern based on the conditions for day 1, warmer, clear skies, things like that, and it did not pan out. So he switched it up on day 2 with the conditions, threw a big swim bait. He said he was tired of looking at his graph on day 1.
Did not do any of that on day 1?
No, he did not. I think he lost 2 key fish, like 2 3-pounders.
Folks at home.
And we talked about it for the guys who were selecting fantasy fishing teams. We talked about Maddie Wong. Only 1% of fantasy fishing players chose him. They could be rewarded at the end of the week with the bonus points for the biggest bag of the event, which is 40 points for him. He was one of the lower percentage guys. But when it comes to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, I wanted to get through. We mentioned the team, kind of give it an update on my team, a team of some of the high-picked guys that did not make the cut. Luckily, 4 of my 5 anglers made today's cut, the top 47 fishing. I could end up having Matt Robertson and Ed Lochran making the final day. He is in 10th right now currently. Lester and Lowen having good showings as well. Micah Frazier, my only missed cut of the week. And then when it comes to Drain the Lake, a couple key survivors. I was telling you, Tommy, I don't have a crazy amount of points in Rapala or in Mercury Drain the Lake, about 1,100 and 1,600, which is kind of middle of the road, decent, but not super crazy. But I made a huge leap up the leaderboard standings because some of the highest percentage picks have failed some of the fans this week. Kyle Welcher missing the cut, Buddy Gross missing the cut. They hurt my Drain the Lake a little bit, but I did have guys like Brock Mosley, Caleb Kufal doing well. Huge day from Scott Martin yesterday. That helped a lot of people, him coming from the 70s up into the top 20. Jacob Fouts with 2 back-to-back good days, Hunter Schrock as well. They're kind of representing the new locals at Chickamauga as the guys who are transplants from Ohio, but they live on the shores of Chickamauga and have made it work this week for them, being very good, underrated picks for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and for Mercury Drain the Lake.
Robbie, so Tommy winning the Planet last tournament.
Hurt my heart.
Being number 1, what was your best finish ever?
I've been in the top 20.
Have you really?
Yeah, at the end of the Drain the Lake last year.
No.
At the end of Drain the Lake last year, I was 25th overall before the final day.
Per event.
I know, but I'm saying for what's better, Angler of the Year or winning one event? Come on, Z.
That's the eternal question. This is from earlier.
That's a start.
Taking a look at Brock Mosley's day,
Hey,
and
y'all
an
pull
interesting
down right
thing
there,
really.
It gets real shallow.
Brock Mosley just really, really good, solid quality with a bladed jig. We did see him lose one fish on a spinnerbait, but mostly a white bladed jig. He needs a top 10. There's no doubt about it, right?
I got to get there. Sure.
With Brock Mosley. But just a lot of solid quality. And granted, he said a lot of these areas, you see those laydowns and you say, well, that's what he's been targeting. Really not. It's that bank, that hard clay bank where it mixes with a little bit of gravel. And one of the things that has helped Brock Mosley, Drew Benton, Drew Cook, Rick Clunn, is that, and Jason Christie, that water coming up and stabilizing a little bit instead of dropping out. Brock Mosley with a very, very solid day.
How about that, man? I cannot believe I landed it.
Oh, yeah. Take a load
She
off,
was hooked
Jack.
in the bottom.
Grab some wood, boy.
Yeah, he talked about how cold that water was this morning. He talked about how much it had dropped during the course of the week.
Oh, my God.
Started this tournament about 60 to
Get in the boat,
65
baby.
degrees.
Yes.
Brock Mosley
You see
saying
where that one hit it?
we are back to
Way
early
out here.
pre-spawn, 52-degree
That's a
water.
3-pounder, baby.
Especially those places that are upriver from takeoff, those shallow backwater areas that really, they get affected quite a bit from sudden changes in weather.
And if you really, one thing to really watch with Clunn, Jason Christie, Brock Mosley, these fish got in that weird spawny mode day 1 where they would not hit a moving bait in the backs of these creeks. I'm not talking what Carl Jacobson's doing or Maddie Wong or Matt Robertson. When they get back in those pockets and creeks and they get in that soft plastic mode, they lock up. We've been kicked back to a moving bait tournament in these pockets.
All right. Catch you tomorrow. It was a bite because I ain't
Not
hit
all
nothing
bad.
since.
I don't want to get off too much of the subject. Ronnie. Oh.
Yeah, what's going on?
We got a chair change. I was at the little kids table for a second because the chair went all the way down. So we're just making a little pit change. Yeah.
Good
3
job,
seconds from our guy Howard.
You're
down.
back.
Appreciate you.
You're back.
Let me ask you this,
Stop. He's going.
I think
He's
Zona messed with my chair when I was at the screen.
Quick fantasy question. Have I got it wrong, or is there an enormous amount of weight given to biggest bag of the tournament as far as bonus points go?
40 for the biggest bag and the biggest bass.
Oh, and the biggest. Okay.
Yeah, so if you have, so let's just say the biggest bag of the tournament features a 10-pounder, you would get 80 points for that. And so a guy finishing 4th or 5th but has the biggest bag of the tournament will get more points than the eventual winner when it comes to Rapala. But for Drain the Lake, the bonus points that are awarded is if the same bonus points, but if you win the event, you get double points for the winner. So like if Matt Robertson wins, whoever has him, he doubles up.
Man.
If Brock wins for my team or Kufal, you know, it would be double points. Classic was triple.
Sorry to back up,
that's fine.
backtrack
Hey,
there, but
we'll
we
talk
just
about
need
it
to
all
get
day.
that straightened out.
Yeah.
Do I get any special points for having 91st through 94th place guys running?
Do you
flush?
really?
No?
Do you really?
No.
Oh, I
It's
wish.
a straight.
I
It's
wish.
a straight. That's
Yeah.
that beats
straight to the bottom.
Beats two of a kind.
The last 2 days.
Feels like it though.
Fucking punk.
Oh, he is.
Well,
He's a lot like Tiger on the 9th hole. We can't say that.
Shooting at the hip.
He is firing.
Yeah.
He is. No
Giving him
doubt
what
about
for.
it. That's right.
Yeah.
It's amazing at
There
times.
you go. I ain't the country boy he wants to jack with. Take his ass back to Florida.
You can walk to Gunnersville.
Yeah. Oh, it's not a far walk.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Yikes. This is what early in the season.
Yeah.
This is about the halfway point of the year. We have 9 events. This is number 4 for the Elite Series point season. Couple big moves being made this week. Daisuke from 92nd. You can't get much lower. Only 2 anglers were below him. Tough start to his rookie season. 92nd up to 80th. So he's made over a dozen spot moves just with his good event this week. If he could back it up with, that's the deal. If you have 1 top 10 in a season, but you've done terribly, you can only move about 10 spots. If you can pair another top 10 or another top 20 in with that, you're going to jump 30 spots. It really triples your opportunity. But Mosley from 82nd to 54th right now.
Okay.
And Matt Robertson from 75th to 49th. So 2 guys that were in the bottom
Big
quarter
moves,
of the field,
big moves.
right outside the
Yeah,
classic cut now.
They can see the
Where
classic
we'd
from there.
expect them to be.
Yeah.
Definitely higher in the
Sure.
standings.
Well, I can promise you, bringing up the Keith Combs thing, I'm sure he is happy we've got 2 offshore tournaments coming to
Well, and I didn't even
right the ship.
Yeah, I didn't even say that on live. I said that during
Right.
commercial. So you're just telling all the info. But yeah, Keith Combs shocked this week, 92nd, and that puts him at 82nd in points halfway through the season.
Never seen that.
So we'll see with the comeback attempt there.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get so riled up. I'm pretty laid back. I get wound up sometimes. A lot better than whenever I was in my 20s.
Ronnie,
oh gosh,
is your wife and child in studio?
Yeah, they are.
What is the deal?
They came by to say hey.
Are you gonna get baby Marlo on the set?
Oh, we don't have to.
Why would you not?
They wanted to get out of the house and come watch the show.
We had
all the way over. Yeah, we could do that.
We had Hunter and Jacob on the set, and they started talking like Maddie Robertson once. Oh, that's a joke.
That's
You're
not
so
true.
You're so
full of it.
Oh, that's great. That is great.
And also another big mover, a guy that's never missed a classic. His first 7 or 8 years on the Elites, and the last 2 he's missed the classic uncharacteristically, and he hasn't really done well in smallmouth territory where you expect him to. Clifford Perch is having a great season right now with him moving up from the 20s into 8th unofficially, 3rd place in Angler of the Year.
Say he had to be top
and
5.
this is a guy who has brought it from north to south. It doesn't matter. Florida to New York. That's where he kept. And I would expect him to do well at Oahe. I'd expect him to do well at Pickwick.
Yeah.
St. Lawrence for sure too. He'll gain that back.
Always got a little place to go in the St. Lawrence.
Definitely.
It was a true anomaly, him not producing on a lot of the bodies of water we went the last couple of years.
And if he does jump back into it and make the Classic for next year, he has a lot of experience on Fort Loudon and Tellico before the elites went there in 2019 for the Classic and for 2020 elites.
He'll never tell us what he's doing there, but he does darn good at that.
We'll find out one way or
Well,
another.
maybe people change. People change. We've seen it today.
Yeah.
We've seen it today. Striker Daily Trivia. Who would that be? Let's well, you know who it was. Daily Trivia. Over how many days were 2020's elite events at Guntersville, Santee Cooper Lakes, and Chickamauga Lake held? Over how many days? Well,
are you talking about from back to back? How many days were the 12 competition days held?
Okay. All right. Is it 18, 20, 21, or 23?
I don't understand the question.
Maybe think about it. You can understand it.
2 of the last
On the
3
calendar,
events,
how many days did all those events fit in?
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Toyota.
Looking for 10 awesome anglers to take 10 slots tomorrow in the finals, known as Championship Sunday. That's what the day is all about. Will be decided at 3 o'clock today, right here on Bassmaster.com when the weigh-in commences from Dayton, Tennessee. Striker Daily Trivia. Now, this is
Can you clarify the
problem.
question for our friends at home on Bassmaster? Wait, so...
Okay, here's the question. Over how many days, or how many days on the calendar, 2020's elite events at Guntersville, Santee Cooper, and Chickamauga, how many days did it take to hold those tournaments?
From day 1 of the first event to day 4 of the last event.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Did they all last 4 days? Did they
I
all
don't know. That's
Yes,
the
sir.
question. I think
I'm going to go
It's a trick
23.
23. I'll say 21.
I'm with C.
Well, it's Matt.
That's right. 20.
Well, we're going to
12
have
days
we're
of
gonna have an
fishing,
off day.
1 travel day, and then 3 practice days in between them. It was B20.
Oh, man, I forgot the first 3 practice days. I accounted for those in this thing.
There you go.
I wasn't counting them.
I know. That's why I accounted.
We had a
That's why I was
championship
3 off.
Saturday, Frank Talley,
I still don't understand.
Polinick, and then Livesey here at
Fortunately,
Chickamauga up right there, Such. I'll tell you what we're going to do right
We
now.
do not
We're
have
gonna
that
get out
count
of the
against
water
us.
right now with little Maddie Robertson limit in his live well. Looking for a big one, just a bunch of solid keepers for Maddie Robertson.
He was just keyed up like a
He
20-year-old.
has been graced by a big bite every day of this tournament, not so much here today on semifinal Saturday.
Big one. Don't jump, don't jump. Take it, baby. Grind it. Grind it. Skinny, but he's bigger than that one that I barely measure. Long and skinny. Whatever. Take him.
About a 3/4 ounce lipless crankbait right there for Matt Robertson. Gonna head down the lake right now. Daisuke Aoki, your leader.
Okay. Maybe change. Maybe change side. Sorry, no inside.
Little chance.
Might give him a little help, but obviously working on a good stringer. And if you'd have came into this tournament and looked at pre-tournament reports and somebody would have said spinning rod with a small fluke style bait on a jig head, potential winning technique, no.
I guess
no.
no.
I don't know that there would have been many people.
Probably not many takers on that one.
Good job right there from Daisuke Aoki. And as we were talking with Davey Height, man, the conditions might set up pretty well for him tomorrow. Kind of feels like this area, this little hump, some shell, little black grass on the bottom, could be loading up with these colder temps. We don't know the exact manufacturer of this. Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
You showed me the bait.
Bait?
There it is. Nothing fancy. Looks like a little quarter-ounce jig head. And those fish this time of year probably do not see a whole lot of that.
No. And one good thing about the way it's rigged, he can reel that kind of like a swim bait. It's light enough to be above the grass, doesn't get bogged down, unlike most power fishing baits that we'll see anglers try to target a hump or a shell bar with. But then also when he gets off of that where the grass isn't growing, maybe 6 to 10 feet, he has the option to fish it differently because of the way it's rigged. He can keep it more on the bottom than up off that grass.
I have seen that with smallmouth. I have seen that with spotted bass, especially on Lanier. A lot of our friends that fish Lanier.
How about Jacob Fouts? Just called up twice, a couple 3-pounders.
I'd agree.
Got in 10th place.
No doubt.
15 pounds.
Guys, Taku said this at the Classic. Talked to him. I said, why are you so good? Why do you have the ability to come to the United States, learn all these bodies of water, and compete on the Elite Series as quickly as he has? And he said, quote unquote, this is not picking fun, this is as serious as it gets, because this was after a Classic day where he was in contention to win. I said, why? And he said, Taku doesn't have Christmas. Taku doesn't have New Year. Taku doesn't have St. Patrick's Day. Taku is here to fish, so every day that he can, he is on the water, some body of water, learning and fishing and preparing. So he is basically everyone's worst nightmare because he is on the water every day, learning more and more.
Wow. President's Day, forget it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No doubt. Yeah.
Not
No
me.
doubt.
Arbor Day, though.
Couldn't be me.
No doubt.
I did not follow up and ask, does Taku celebrate birthdays?
So he's not like us, Tommy, where we celebrate the 4th of July for the better side of 20 days.
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
exactly.
From the 1st through the 13th.
As long as the fireworks stands are open,
Amen.
TNT firework.
Amen.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Because that is my
It's
my birthday, and I enjoy that. Okay.
No. Our
Don't take that away
CEO,
from me.
Chase Anderson, sent us some TNT fireworks last year. I mean, it was just a beautiful display.
You blow a hole in the sky above your house.
I have an issue with them.
His POA president definitely.
The Scorpion woman has to put a little bit of a lid on it.
Oh, well.
Yep, we used to have a problem with that back in the day.
Thing in moderation.
Yeah. I've had a flamethrower on my Christmas wish list for the bears. Right?
No. Maybe yesterday same. Maybe.
I think they were discussing his weight, and Jake may have said, "Do you have 20?" And he said, "No, closer to yesterday."
Catch. Yeah, 20 pounds.
He is spot on about that. A 5-pounder would give him 3-pound upgrade to do so. Close.
Very severe. Yes, no hungry. Oh. Japanese sukiyaki bake. Come on.
Daisuke Aoki and Jake Latonders. I feel like they're bonding.
Yeah.
They're tightening up, aren't they?
Yeah. Language barrier getting broken.
Yeah, exactly.
What? Right?
Heard Davey Height talking about
That
Caleb
is a
Kufal.
Hard snow.
And
I'm glad it's snowing, not rain, because I forgot my rain jacket.
lack of a 6 to 7 pound bite in this tournament.
Yeah.
But man, he has caught a pile of 3 to 3.5 pound fish.
I was just thinking, he gets one big one, he's gonna.
Who are you talking about?
Kufal.
Oh, yes.
Kufal.
Yes.
And I heard Mercer make the comment that he is one of the only people that he's met out of the state of Wisconsin that does not give a care about football. That's not true. Pat Schlopper does not
really
could care less. And really, I think they're the only two in that whole state.
That's why they're not there now.
Kind of cut from the same cloth. Little different ends of the cloth, you know.
Yep.
Like.
Several whirls through there.
I bet they get badgered about that at home.
I would think so.
Especially in the state of Wisconsin, Tommy. I like that.
Oh, don't you know?
Caught it, bud.
I was going to say the.
And the reason I ain't got no more bites in here is because, pressure has taken a toll on it some. Yeah, we still getting bit every now and then, but it ain't. A lot of these fish have been hauled off. Got a little sleet shower.
Got a new guy jumping in the top 10. Definitely would love to hold up some fish tomorrow for his home community. Jacob Fouts sliding in every single day, 10th, and went to Bryan College down the street, one of those guys.
Right here in town.
Won the college. He's one of the only, he was the first to win the national championship and the bracket. Every year prior, the winner of the championship never won the bracket because the top 4 teams make it. Someone from 2nd, 3rd, or 4th would win the individual portion. They won it in 2017, and he fished the Hartwell Classic in 2018.
I'll say it. Let's not call him the paper boy, man. He is the ice cream man.
He is the paper man.
No, he's the ice cream man.
What is
ice
that?
cream man's always intimidating to young teenagers, and Fouts has that new look about him.
Well, Okay.
You
We'll
put a couple
restudy that
tats on
picture.
his
We'll
floor. Exactly,
we'll
man.
pull that picture up in just a little bit.
Slightly like the bus driver on The Simpsons.
No, wait, it doesn't look quite like that. Not quite that bad. Brock Mosley, spent some time with him there, worried if his place is going to hold up. Daisuke Aoki still hanging on to the lead. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Here we go. Getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. That, by the way, coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern time right here on Bassmaster.com. That's when we'll get our 10 anglers who will forge on into Sunday. Try to grab that trophy at the end of the day tomorrow. Fourth trophy of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Daisuke Aoki still on top, and Brock Mosley has certainly cut into that lead over the last couple of hours. Now Brock wondering if his place is going to hold up.
Yeah, really.
Just for the rest of today, not to mention tomorrow.
Looking at that top 10 right there, we talked about it a little bit this morning on FS1. This has been the time of day where we've seen some of the bigger bass caught, whether it's been on camera or on Bass Track. Really, the last 2 hours of fishing have been stellar here on Lake Chickamauga. I'm going to get back down to Dallas Bay. It's actually not, it technically is called that, but
yeah,
Chester Frost area.
Yeah, we like slang terms, not actual marker names.
Yeah. English? Now? Many fish, but no active, no hungry.
How do you feel about your day today?
Today feel? This area? This area is very good. Maybe today is very cold. Bass is this area coming. But little deep side.
The water temperature
very little. Yeah.
Just going by the hand motion, I'm going to say he said they've come to him, spot loaded up.
Is that what you're, okay.
It's what I heard.
Let's welcome him along with us right now. Dave Mercer getting ready for the big weigh-in coming up. We just mentioned it.
Oh, yeah.
3 p.m. there in Dayton, Tennessee. Dave, what's your impression of today? Is it better or worse than you expected the fishing to be today?
Probably better, to be honest. We've seen some brief moments of excitement. You know what I mean? And it's a cold day. It's an uncomfortable day as a human being above the water. And as I say that, I just saw a snowflake fall in front of me. But it is kind of a fish catching day. So you would expect that we'll see big things this afternoon. And, you know, Daisuke had that lead, and it just seems like the rest of the field is starting to catch him. But as Davey Height said a bunch of times when we were live, you better catch him, because the way it sets up for tomorrow kind of sets up well for Daisuke, and he has several different areas he's cycling through. So in Davey Height's opinion, and I always believe in Davey Height's opinion, is they better catch him this afternoon and get some weight on him, because he feels pretty consistent that Daisuke will get it done. But it's going to be an exciting weigh-in this afternoon. I mean, it is literally snowing as I stand here, and the unique thing is, I said it yesterday during weigh-in, guys, what you learn quickly is when people get cold, fashion goes out the door. If you want to know what people are walking around here in, basically everything they brought. I mean, people are wearing every single piece of clothing they brought here, because the fine folks of Tennessee are not expecting this weather this time of year, and to be honest, neither was I.
Hey, Dave, real quick, you were one of the guys when Carl Jacobson first came to the Bassmaster Elite Series. You kind of introduced him to all of us. I remember you brought him up in the production trailer with Mike McInnes, Middleton, Tom, all of us. And Carl is one of the nicest human beings we have ever covered on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But one of the things with Carl, and we got to see one of those days yesterday, Man, when he is going, he is up here. And when it crashes and burns, it's hard to watch, yet Carl still finds him in this event. Talk about Carl after the weigh-in yesterday, compared obviously to excelling on day number 1 of this tournament.
I mean, I feel number one, I mean, you got to remember that Carl is rooming this time around with Jeff Gustafson and Maddie Wong. It may be the most positive group of anglers that has ever been assembled in one house. So if you are down when you go home, I mean, Maddie Wong weighed in 25 pounds yesterday, and it was like a motivational speech while he was up there. But Carl has been not just here, not just in this tournament, his entire career, he has been plagued by setbacks. And I don't mean losing fish. I mean things much bigger than that. Losing all his possessions at one point while he was living on the road. I mean, he has learned to overcome things, but definitely I think yesterday was a gut punch. But no better way to get over a gut punch than start off with 2 bigger fish like he did early this morning and continue on. So I think you're seeing Carl kind of evolve, and he knows that he's playing a game of high risk and high reward. And with that, comes some tough days like we saw yesterday. The scary thing with his game plan is obviously that if it plays out like it does tomorrow, it doesn't give him a lot of wind, and it may make things a little tough for him. But who could not cheer for him? I mean, literally everything he's overcome to be here. I mean, you can't help but cheer for Carl Jacobson, and I really feel like we have the second coming of Carl Jacobson in Maddie Wong. You know what I mean? His experience, and this is not an insult at all, and Maddie would admit this, and Carl would admit this. I mean, we saw him on Gunnersville fishing with a jig, and I remember asking Carl at that time, what lake in Australia did you fish a jig on? Where did you get this experience? He's like, we don't fish jigs. This is nothing I've ever done. Maddie Wong has done a lot of different things in his life, and what he lacks in time on the water, basically, I mean, in a high-level competition, he gains in personality. And I don't just mean personality so fans like him. I mean the fact that they are the kind of people that when you are that positive, you can overcome. And it is the number one trait. We talked about this a few minutes ago, actually, with some different anglers. You look over the years, the amount of anglers that have had Hall of Fame careers. One thing you will find is they are very calm, and for the most part, they are very, very positive. And that's a hard trait to have here, especially when you have tough days like yesterday throwing at you. But an example of how it doesn't matter is when you play the high risk and high reward game, you can get right back in there. So I think that's what makes it so addictive. I mean, you know how high you can shoot, and you try to avoid that crash. But as we saw yesterday, it happened a little bit for Carl, but a better day today.
All right, Dave, one thing, we're looking at Maddie Wong right here, and we've watched Carl Jacobson and throwing these big swim baits. As we know, there is a window where they will commit to it, where it's a happy swim bait. I want you to relate that to your time that you have spent on the stage with a Rick Clunn. He's a little bit like a swim bait. A lot of times, you might not get the best out of him on stage. Could be a little awkward, but then the other times, it's happy Rick. Talk about your stage time with Rick Clunn. What I'm saying is he commands the stage when you're up there with him.
Well, he commands every presence, and it's ironic you bring this up because we were involved in a conversation this morning where Rick actually admitted that it's kind of neat because the respect that he gets on the Elite Series, there's a lot of anglers that he says they pull into a bay and they'll just see him, and he'll just give them the hand thing, and they'll move away. I mean, that's how much they respect him. But Rick Clunn is Rick Clunn. He is an anomaly, not just in this sport, in any sport. So he does command the stage, and when Rick Clunn wants to talk, he talks and brings you some gold like he did yesterday. But as I've learned time after time, when Rick Clunn does not want to talk, he does not talk whatsoever, and that is his right.
Yes.
Because he is Rick Clunn.
Tommy, he's a little bit like the Undertaker in the WWE. Just back up, man. You just back
okay,
up.
Yeah, just
you
give
know
it a
what I mean?
little space, a little respect. Dave, you always bring us a little bit of gold, and we appreciate it. This time around, Dave Mercer will be officiating at the weigh-in. Coming up at 3 p.m., we remind you right here on Bassmaster.com. Won't be a super long weigh-in, and we'll get 10 guys who will be going after the big prize tomorrow.
Oh, boy. We're going to slide back down lake right now. Daisuke Aoki flawless day. And one thing you could say about him, unlike a lot of others in our top 10, he has landed what has bit throughout this tournament.
Speaking of which.
Nice. Maybe change.
Might be a little bit of a help right there, but it has been a flawless performance today with that spinning rod with Daisuke Aoki. In all seriousness, it's like he's fishing a different lake right now.
It's different from everyone else, and that's what's got him where he is right now on top of the leaderboard. Mosley, Matt Robertson started the day with the lead, fell out of the top 10, has worked himself back into the top 3. Caleb Kufal, Jason Christie hanging tough there right in the middle of the top 10. We're getting closer to finding our top 10 for tomorrow.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Latonders, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Day 3 coverage here, winding down at Lake Chickamauga for the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. I want to bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, to shed some light on a guy we mentioned last segment and a guy who has came up through every rank of our Bassmaster Tournament Series. College angler from Bryan College down the street at Dayton, Tennessee, and then he went to the Opens and qualified through there last year. And that would be our VMC on-point angler for the afternoon portion of Day 3, and it's got to be Jacob Fouts, the Paper Boy, which you've got some different nicknames for him, Z.
That's right.
And we'll get into those after this segment. But every day moving up, we were wondering how the locals would do, and I kind of pointed out the 4 locals: Buddy Gross, Hunter Shryock, Jacob Fouts, and one more that I'm losing off the top of my head right now. But Fouts has moved up from 29th to 21st and now unofficially in 10th, the last guy for our top 10 cut, maybe making his first final day cut on the Elite Series, and really pretty consistent. If he could get one more kicker bite and get up to that 16 to 17 pound mark, he really would solidify his chances of making the top 10 final day. But we were wondering how locals would do with the given changes in the conditions, the weather coming in, and Jacob Fouts has adapted better than all of them and is in the top 10 currently right now because of that. So kudos to the Paper Boy. We could probably call him the Paper Man now, Z, because he is much older than he was when we gave him that nickname back at the Classic.
Ron, you talking about locals that really shined in this event. Buddy Gross,
not so much.
Was he an absolute fantasy fishing breaker?
He was Cliff Prince at the St. Johns River. Not 45 to 50%, but because he had John Cox in his bucket, he was basically selected 28 to 30%. Yes, so almost 30% of the people just chose Buddy Gross, and that is why a lot of teams crashed and burned. Kyle Welcher was 35%, missed the cut
he was
as well.
a big favorite.
Quite a few anglers, Stetson Blaylock, Greg Hackney, quite a few big names. We mentioned that 8 of our top 16 in Angler of the Year missed the cut, which is uncharacteristic. So what was that Jacob Fouts nickname you gave him?
He's the Ice Cream Man.
Ice Cream Man.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it was. Handing out soft serve.
That's screwballs.
What?
I think I classified Kyle Welcher as a local in here. I think that was the 4th guy. He
Does
doesn't
he
live
fish
there
here a
now.
lot?
He lived here when he qualified for the Elites, and then he moved to Alabama.
Just saw some photos of Fouts' last fish that went in his 3-pounders. They look a little bit bigger than 3-pounders.
Daisuke caught a 5-pounder about 10:30 this morning, and for his 5th fish, and he's upgraded twice since then.
I'm sorry, Carl. Carl's the 4th one. He lives right there in Graysville,
Carl.
Tennessee now. Yes, sorry, it has Australia for his name, but yeah, he
One
lives.
would have thought this morning with Carl, Lil Maddie Wong, as quick as they came out of the gates swim baiting, glide baiting, that just from the law of average, what we've seen with Carl, that it was going to be a potentially enormous day.
Sure.
And there was a window this morning where they bit that swim bait till about 8:30, and it was
Done.
Done.
Yeah. Same thing for Maddie Wong.
Done.
I wonder why that is.
Like I said, there's a goofy window with that stuff, man. And I've hung out and talked to a lot of the guys that just do that, not in tournaments. And you try to put the variables together, and Zaldane's one of the best that there is, with light penetration and surface breakup. Here's the best way to put it. When they're going to bite it and get it, they're going to, and when they don't, they don't.
Yeah. And following isn't biting and getting it.
No.
But they do a lot of following.
A lot of tracking.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We went after, it might have been Lake Fork. Not last year, but in 2020 or 2019, something like that. Patrick Walters came to the house here in Little Rock, stayed for the night. We went to Maumelle the next day, which is a little local lake here. Not the best fishing lake, but he went and said, I've got to learn the glide. So he threw the glide and I threw a swim jig all day. We probably saw 25 pounds of bass at Maumelle for a 5-fish limit.
How many did you catch?
0.
0.
And we caught 25 on a swim jig, 25 bass. And so that's the deal. You'll see a lot, but you won't be able to necessarily catch them. And that's why I think some of those guys at like a Lake Hartwell, places like that, they will use that bait in practice to have them drawn out from the docks, and they now know I can go throw a wacky rig or flip a jig on that dock because I saw it. That was a 6-pounder there.
It's a bird dog. It's a bird dog.
Yeah.
We saw Maddie catch his 4th fish about an hour ago when we came back on here, and obviously that one had followed him all the way out of
and smoked it.
and didn't bite it. Just barely got him to bite it right at the boat there. So you can see how that would be.
It's just a very
intoxicating.
Something that we talked about yesterday. It's just a really, really hard proposition, unless you're on a clear lake in California, a lake where that's all anybody's throwing. For that style gig to happen for 4 days has got to be the optimum premium conditions for it to happen.
And it's hard to pick it up for just an hour and say, I'm going to get a kicker on it.
Absolutely.
Most times you pick it up for 8 hours, and there will be a 2-hour window within there that you catch all 5 of your fish. And so timing that up for just dedicating an hour to it is
talked
impossible.
about it. It's like guys that we used to cover that lived and died with a frog. You don't pick it up for 10 minutes.
Right.
Now at Mr. P's, you pick it up for 10 minutes, but that's different.
10 hours, Jack.
This does feel like a possible Mississippi grinder for Brock Mosley to finally get his first elite win.
Really?
It does feel
Okay.
like.
You feel that? Is that your pick going to the
way-
championship, Sonny? Give me a pick.
Yes.
Don't throw it out. No maybes.
I'll give it the first 30 minutes of tomorrow. I'll give you my pick. Before they, literally before they start catching them.
Got it.
But I got to see how far back they are
Okay.
before I make my pick, you know?
I like it. I like your style.
You're not going to Davey hype me in a corner.
Oh, I won't paint you in the corner, baby. I know what this means. S-T-I-L-E, style. Daisuke Aoki, big day today, and I don't think I have it in me anymore. Such, do me a favor. Take the wheel.
For the power pole replay of the day? Are you serious? Daisuke Aoki. From Japan to Chickamauga to the United States, catching. Mr. Consistency.
Keep bringing it, Sue.
Say it with your chest.
Don't take off
Catches
with
a couple
pauses.
7-pounders on day one, takes the lead,
Tell the
comes
story.
back.
Paint the canvas.
Second place by an ounce. Now he's back in the lead on day 3, gonna head maybe into championship Sunday. Leading the guaranteed rate Bassmaster lead on Chickamauga Lake. From Japan to a title, maybe 51 weeks ago, he won his first event in America at an Open, Douglas Lake Open. Now he's going for his first elite. Could be. And he is our power pole replay of the day.
A little bit of D-style there.
Raw D
Not bad
intensity.
at all.
Bit of D-style.
Not bad. I like that.
Smoldering intensity. We like
Music's still playing, Such. End it. Put some pop on it. Put a period on it. Own that. Own
Daisuke
that.
Aoki, you are the power pole.
Not bad, Such. Okay. Wow.
Such, bring it. He may be one of the best at what he does.
Not
Put
bad
that one
at
in
all,
the
my
reel,
friend.
Tommy. Put it in the sizzle reel.
Yeah. Daisuke Aoki.
You
Still
talk
on
about
top there. You
feeding the
just saw
beast.
why. His 5th fish there, that 5-pounder.
Dare to
Just got
compare
where
on that
he
one.
is now. Catches another big one's going to make it hard on the rest of these guys. Come tomorrow, he's in. He'll be fishing tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Find out who else is fishing tomorrow. We've got some more fishing to bring to you here from Lake Chickamauga, so don't go away.
Well done, Such. Well
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
About 20 more minutes of live fishing to show you here as these guys get close to winding up their day. Very important day, day 3 for this 4th stop of the year. The Bassmaster Elite Series, guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite at Chickamauga, legendary Chickamauga Lake, just a place that's been gaining momentum over the past decade or so. More than that, actually, when you look at it. Daisuke Aoki, the rookie, on top of our leaderboard right now. Got another rookie in there. Well, yeah, Maddie Wong. Absolutely.
He's right in there, Tom.
He's right in there. Just trying to hang on to that 9th spot would be a good thing for him if he could get a shot at the championship tomorrow. Tomorrow, different for the 4th straight day. Different conditions for these anglers to deal with. You got to think, don't they all have a backup plan? I mean, sure, they're all smart enough to have a backup plan. No, not at all. Just don't even think that they might have a backup plan.
it's gonna be hard for a lot, especially, Jason Christie, Caleb Kufal, Drew Benton, Brock Mosley, everybody you're looking at right there, they have lived really with one technique, one predominant area. It's gonna be hard to change up on the final day in this. Now you might see, I think you'll see tomorrow techniques change up. I don't think the areas that we've seen our leaders in are going to change up. I think they're trenched.
They're there. Okay. No wind tomorrow. Sunshine. Is anybody going to be seeing fish?
No, I think a guy like Caleb Kufal's still going to catch him. I think Doc's are still going to. And the nice thing that he has is you get a nice calm day doing that. It just makes it a lot more pleasurable to skip boat docks.
Wasting time, son.
I think your swim baiters are in some serious trouble tomorrow. Serious trouble.
Excluding Daisuke, which is a swim bait-esque
We're just
bait,
gonna go
but
around
it's
the corner.
different.
Traditional big.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Just clarifying.
Yeah.
Last 20 minutes, Matt Arias filled his limit and got inside our top 10, which right now it's a little more than 47 pounds. This morning it was top 10 guys was Drew Cook with 35 pounds. So if you had another 17, 52, we're a little under that, a lot under it right now.
Such, that PP replay of the day was hot. I mean it. That's your best job, bud.
Coming in hot.
Man, that one had a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it all tied together. It's cool.
I smelled the timeout in between, and he kept it going. Boy, it is blowing where Jason Christie is.
It's the backside of the front as it passes through.
It is. And it will be a high pressure situation tomorrow setting into this region.
The warm-up won't be in time for anything to move up. I mean, you have to have some
Hard
water
pressed,
rising
hard
and all
pressed,
that.
One of those deals where
I don't know if it's the weather or just so many boats pounding in the same areas. But I mean, I've been catching 20, 25 keepers a day, and today I've caught 6. You know, I wanted to run around a little bit, but also I had a couple areas that I hadn't fished yet that I wanted to fish. It's just one of those, it's gotten, I mean, it's almost time to go in and just haven't gotten where I want to go. It just takes so long, especially with it being colder, having to slow down a little bit. You know, I'm pretty convinced these fish were spawning just by where I'm.
Indeed. Yes, indeed. A little scratchy on the audio there, but we got Jason's message. Felt like his place leaned on pretty good.
Right up a little.
Yeah, not an uncommon complaint out here at this time of day when you got the best in the world beating the place to a froth for 3 days straight.
About it. People on the move.
We don't see him do much of that either.
No.
Never.
No, he's been a lot like Jason Christie, getting in an area and kind of trenching on in. Is it time for Striker Daily
I think
Trivia?
we got one more hit of that for you here.
Feed me.
Let's see Striker Daily Trivia. How many limits did the 85 elites total out of 22 chances in the 2020 Elite here? How many limits out of 220 chances? Was it 39, 59, 79, or 99? Remember, that was in the autumn transition.
It's got a 9 in it. I know that.
Yeah, okay.
You are correct.
I'll go with you on that. Anything with a 9 would be a good guess, but we'll come back and give you the actual answer after this.
Bassmaster Live.
Thank you. Yep.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Chickamauga is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
First flighters just got about half an hour or more to fish, a little more than half an hour to fish here. Let's quickly revisit our Striker Daily Trivia question that we gave to you. How many limits did the 85 elites total out of 220 possible limits in this 2020 Elite here? Remember, it was in the autumn transition period, and it's kind of a,
I'm gonna go 59, Tommy.
59, okay.
It's weird. That tournament was Grimy McGrinderson, and I'm gonna absolutely agree with you, Ron Moore.
Agreed?
Yeah, it's exactly what it is.
I'll go 79, 4 days.
Here's
29 on day 1, 20
wow,
on day 2,
wow,
and
wow,
5
wow.
the next 2
For
days.
some more Striker Daily
that one
Trivia,
live.
Ronnie thought that we were staying live until 6 p.m. tonight, which is absolutely not true. It's not true.
Good one. Daisuke Aoki on top. Holding on to that lead right there. Brock Mosley, Matt Robertson, Caleb Kufall.
And I'm going to tell you one thing today, a flawless performance from your unofficial leader right there, Daisuke Aoki. Your marathon peak performance was all day long, Tom Sanders. Really looking at what Daisuke Aoki has done. It was his backup plan right here, not that little hidey hole we got to see him in yesterday, the day before, and early this morning, leaving that spot early, coming down lake to Dallas Bay. That's the official name of that area. A lot of the locals call that Chester Frost. So many bass in there, and I think a lot of those bass, this is just a guess, we're going to check in with Daisuke about this. This cold weather seems like it pushed a lot more fish out onto that little shallow spot he's been throwing at all day long today. A finesse presentation. When you got off the water yesterday, you thought a big swim bait was going to be a dominant gig today. Not the case. A spinning rod, light line, small fluke style soft plastic. We're going to get a picture of that for tomorrow. Is exactly right. Your marathon peak performance, and it is a long one. Daisuke Aoki, Such, do me a favor. Put a period on this thing for me.
Daisuke Aoki Marathon peak performance.
Wow. No. I didn't mean that quickly. There's more to it, bud. Keep it going.
There's more.
Solid day right there if you really look at all of his fish catches. And this is kind of the scary proposition. We have talked about it at length. Not a lot of wind tomorrow, and it seems like that technique could very well hold out. Daisuke Aoki, our marathon peak performance, he has caught them all day long. You see 17.4, I go light. Marathon peak performance.
I will say
Very good.
Daisuke may be A-OK tomorrow, Tommy.
Yeah, could be. One of our rookies, maybe the best rookie performance we've seen so far this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He spent more time atop the leaderboard, I would say, than anyone else during the course of this tournament, though he has not been the daily leader.
He's been second, second from the get-go.
And spending a lot of each day on top.
Marathon peak performance. And a little bit fair to say, Drew Benton, Drew Cook, Rick Clunn, talked about it at length early this morning. They had throttled that little backwater with lack of cover like that right there that he's pitching to. We're back. Kind of seems like the pressure got to that in a very, very big way. And we're going to slink on down the lake right now.
Right where we started our day with Maddie Wong. Big one he put in the boat very, very early.
He needs another big bite.
So far, I got 5 minutes left before I got to make the run back up, and I mean, it's been tricky. I still had a lot of fun today. It was, oh! Oh, stay down. Get in the boat, yes! Ooh. Yeah, baby. Oh, so as I was saying, oh, dude, I think she goes. I need to measure her, and then we gotta run. Stop. Oh, she's gonna be close, dude. Please close your mouth. Oh, she goes. She goes all day, baby. Limit. That is a limit. Oh. Yo, you're so cute. Oh, wish you were a little bit bigger, but you know what? That's 5, and today was a great day. Didn't get a lot of bites, but I still had a blast. I got to fish the way I wanted to fish, and that's why I just love this stuff, man.
Tommy, is it fair to say Ronnie's going to shut this show out right now?
I think he is.
Is it fair to say?
He's got the shutdown.
He's
got the shutdown maker right there.
We need the whole family. We need the whole family.
In a minute. Go on up there. You shut the show out with Sarah. Go on.
We've seen some action today. Day 3. Day 3 of Bassmaster League Guaranteed Rate Lake Chickamauga. It's a family affair, not only with Tommy Z, Such, myself, but with my actual family here to see the show in live in studio. We got baby Marlo. We got Big Bass. It's all you could ask for.
Stages and dreams.
Semi-final Saturday. Yeah, it's always been there. Big Bass, big stage, big dreams. Daisuke Aoki at the top of the leaderboard. All week, he's been second, Tommy, every single day. Now he's in the lead. We will see if he can hold on to that, maybe going into Championship Sunday. You won't want to miss the weigh-in. You'll see Dave Mercer and all 47 who made the cut.
Oh my gosh.
I wanted to show off this 7-pound kicker that we have. And she's not freaking out. Enjoy.
What time are we on tomorrow, Ronnie?
8 a.m. Eastern time. 8 a.m. Eastern time, we will kick off Bassmaster Live on FS1. And make sure you tune in, like we mentioned, the weigh-in today, all 47, semifinals Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern time, just a few minutes from now. Dave Mercer in the game. We will cut it to the top 10, and Tommy, just wrap it up.
That's so weird.
Thanks for watching us on Bassmaster
Live. Cats in the cradle and the silver spoon.
No, stop.